AskGunQuestions.com is a website that we built back in 2007, and since then, for the last 15 years, people have been able to ask questions of simple to advanced nature, and we attempt to answer them in different ways over the years. Join us now as we start a new series to answer gun questions.
And welcome everybody. It was a weird one. It's like, here we go. And we're just sitting here looking at each other for like an hour, and I'm like, oh wait, I've actually clicked the button. So now we're live. So we go live on Saturdays and we answer gun questions. Tony's joining us here from New Jersey. Thanks for jumping in.
Hey, thanks for having me, man.
So I did the worst thing ever. Started eating an apple right before we started, so I think I'm done eating it now. So I don't know why I always decide to eat crunchy food right before a podcast, but anyway,
always good.
Well, we were talking about GunCon right before the thing went live here, and like we always do, like we often do, we're sitting here BSing. I don't even know why we'd sit around BSing. We're already late anyway. But I was like, hey, why don't we just go live and talk about it? So we'll finish the conversation, I suppose. But you were talking about how Wayward Sons is doing a giveaway, and that it was going to end up at, or it'd be. Well, go ahead. Just talk about it.
Yeah. So he contacted me, Wayward Son, and said, hey, man, I want to do a giveaway, EDC giveaway. Now, this was a while ago. And I was like, yeah. He was like, all right, I'll set everything up and let you know. All right, cool. Well, he did. He set everything up. So it's Wayward Son Custom. You can go there and check out the 2A4E video that he did. And it's a gun giveaway. It's actually an EDC giveaway. So we're talking holster, a DY9 from Daria Arms, this custom painted, a optic from Gideon, all people I know. And he went to them and said, hey, I want to put together a giveaway for the diversity shoot. So you can go there, visit his YouTube. That way you can click on all the links. Yeah, Wayward Son Custom.
Let's point to the YouTube, because if we point to anything else, YouTube has weirdness about it, but we'll put the link out there.
Yep, Wayward Son Custom. Go there, check it out. I'm going to repost it pretty much every day. I'm going to repost it every day, and I'm posting it on all of my social media because it's going to raise money to help us continue the fight, to travel. I'm going to GunCon. I got invited out to Goals. I'm waiting for the invitation and everything to come through. And I'm going to be doing a diversity shoot in Tampa, along with, of course, my regular diversity shoots twice a month in New Jersey at 4 different ranges. So yes, funding helps with everything we're doing because ammo ain't free and gas ain't cheap.
I understand that correctly. You're going to do 2 a month in Tampa now on top of the 2 a month?
Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm going to take Spirit Airline flight. Oh, wait a minute. If you don't know, Spirit Airline went out of business today. So
I didn't know that. So is that a Florida one?
I don't know where they're out of, but I mean, it's just another discount budget airline that kind of sort of, stinks sometimes. And I mean, with their accommodations, with their, charging you for each bag. Well, they wanted a bailout and they didn't get it. And I'm just reading different things online, and then I realized I'm caught in a negative loop, and I just bailed. You know what I mean? It was blame this, blame that.
Well, I'm sure that gas prices are going to stretch anybody whose industry is dependent on gas prices. So,
well, is that, and supposedly Elizabeth Warren wanted it shut down for some reason, according to some blue check mark on X, which I don't even.
Well, I'm pretty much in lockstep with whatever she wants, but I'll be open-minded.
Oh, all the time. I mean, as Elizabeth Warren says, which means something in her Native American tongue, because she's 575th Native American. The most ridiculous crap ever. I should go around talking about how Irish I am.
It would would be more like of a thing, because I never paid attention whenever that first came out. That was years and years ago, right? Where Elizabeth Warren was saying that she was whatever she was claiming. I think it was from school or something, right? But She's in Massachusetts. So like I assumed she was like in Colorado or some western state where she was appropriating or something. But like Massachusetts, like I just don't see Massachusetts having a lot of indigenous uh, news or whatever. They kind of bought all that land a long ass time ago. That was never even in dispute. You know what I mean? Like they came down, traded New York and shit for beads. So like nobody even thinks of like the New England states or those original colonies as like fighting because they all traded for it pretty. Like although I mean I don't really know. Who knows? I mean I haven't paid attention to history. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the general lore is that we came over in low boats or whatever, and we're like, hey, here are some beads. Let us have this. And then we started having Thanksgiving and shit. And then it wasn't until Manifest Destiny that we started fighting with the natives, Native Americans. But anyway, I had no idea she was in Massachusetts. Like for her to be standing on that in Massachusetts is just kind of.
Well, it got her the exemption into college. That's what she used it for.
To like get in where others couldn't or whatever. Like I want a seat because of this.
Mm-hmm. That's what got it for. And it's like
that's got to be annoying for somebody that's like, let's say, full or half of something instead of like 157th of something or whatever 500th of something.
Yeah, it was in the hundreds, I thought. But I mean, I'm just trying to remember because what's true and what's politics is a little annoying. And then my whole thing is I don't like her or anybody that's been at that job for over a decade.
Continually going against guns. Like I could understand being against guns back when Bloomberg was just like, here's a stack of cash, like, and you don't care, so be against guns. I mean, I don't respect it, but I understand it. And then it's like a bunch of victim, are brought in front of you, families of victims or something, and then you have empathy and you hate guns. Again, I don't agree with that, but I understand it. Being in a career where you do it for decades and decades, through all the learning and all the efforts that have been made to reach across the lines and to understand and to educate, right? And options and things that can actually do good and to still be vehemently anti-gun, like we just need to take your guns in all kinds of crazy ways that are on the old playbook. Now you've shown yourself as like corrupt, essentially. I guess I don't know a better word for it than that, probably, but right, like she's unredeemable. Like she's not able to change her stance, so that means the stance is definitely paid for, or whatever you want to say. Like it's anyway, she's definitely adversary, not in that place of like, hey, maybe we can get some common ground here and move forward. I don't see her being
100%. 100%. She's the enemy of the Second Amendment. If you've been in so long, you've watched the drop in violent crime across America, and it has nothing to do with the firearms laws. It has more to do with other policies. And then you watch it rise up when those policies were changed and defund the police happened and all of that. Then you watched it drop again as you brought more police on and changed those policies, but you're still screaming this to guns. It's like, okay, so either you're way too ignorant to keep this job or you're way too bought off to keep this job.
Right, exactly. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can come in new and have kind of crazy ideas and it's like, okay, you're allowed, you got to learn, you're allowed to have whatever ideas you want when you start, but after this much time on the clock, no, I agree with you. She's either too stupid or, anyway. Are we talking about her?
Oh, because they were blaming her for the shutdown of Spirit.
There we go.
She was one of the main forces behind shutting Spirit Airlines down. Again, according to a blue check mark on X.
Now, there's no chance that she owns stock in a competing airline, I'm sure. That is not.
Oh, no chance at all that she's a major freaking stockholder in Frontier and Southwest. Sure. I wouldn't put money on it.
Anyway, so we're talking about Wayward Son. I put the link out here, and they're what's the pistol again?
It's a DY9, which is a Turkish clone of a Glock 19 with all the bells and whistles. Actually, this one is a clone of a Glock 26 with all the bells and whistles.
Okay, Daria. Duria.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dyria. D-Y-R-A.
Dery.
Yeah, there you go. I think I'm missing a letter. So I got I tactically fondled one of those when they first came out. And it's definitely one of those Turkish companies that came in with a price point. They were $225.
Hmm.
And I was doing some video content at WeShoot, and they were like, "Hey, Tony, check this out, and do a video on it. Just go ahead and whatever you have to say." That's what they do. They just give me the firearms, and I go and check it out. Tactically fondled it, checked out the sights, pulled the trigger, did all of that, actually pulled it apart. I'm like, this is a 100% Glock clone. Well, what the actual DY9 regular size? It has a mag well already built into it. So, your regular Glock mags, if it's flush, you're not going to be able to yank them out. But you got the ones with the little, the bottom on it, on the bottom of the mag well, you can. It comes with, I think, 1 or 2 mags. I mean, it's Glock-like all the way around. It has really good texture on it for grip. It's undercut, so you can actually reach higher. And the crazy thing for me was with the built-in magwell and undercut, I mean, it was almost like just locking my hand into the pistol. And I was really impressed by the feel of it. So the cameraman we had is from Pennsylvania. So he's able to purchase the firearm that day. And he's a gun guy. He's just starting his gun collection. Young dude, getting married, has expenses. And I was like, bro, buy this. And he's like, yeah, but my fiance. I'm like, homie, this is a $500 to $600 handgun if it were a Glock. You're not going to lose money if you pick it up at $225. And then I just started goofing on. So he purchased it and then said, here, use it at the diversity shoot tonight. So we got to use his brand new gun at the diversity shoot, and people really liked it. And because our volunteers are from all over, and we actually have volunteers from the guys at Aberdeen Guns and Ammo in Aberdeen, New Jersey. They're some of our volunteers with the Coalition of New Jersey Firearms Owners. They were there, and they're like, what's this? And I'm like, you really need to check it out and maybe buy some and sell them. So he did that. Mark checked it out. He told the other guys about it. I went down to their store. They pulled it up. Next thing you know, they ordered 5 right off the bat. So it was really cool that he hooked up with them. And at least I have a history with him, prior to this giveaway. Thing shoots like a Glock. I mean, it's a great, if you don't want to depend on just whatever reason, because it's a newish company. Well, they moved manufacturing to the States too. So they're making some of their products in the United States, and then they have a lot of other cool products out of Turkey. But yeah, I just looked at it as a good secondary gun, tertiary gun, brother-in-law gun. I don't know if you ever, we've spoken about the brother-in-law gun. It's just that firearm that I think would be a good one for if you don't use it for a primary, which I don't think there's a problem with it. Rusty, one of my guys, has run a bunch of them through, and he actually carries one. But it's like, this is the gun you do for the sister, you know what I mean? That has that guy who can't take no for an answer from work, and she wants something. Okay, cool. Here you go. I just think some firearms, because they're based on a pattern that's already out there, right? I mean, Glock 19, Glock 26, it's established. So they make a clone. They've been out for 2 to 3 years now, at least. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't know who they were, they also had worked with Rock Island Armory. So they were out with Rock Island as the DY9 for Rock Island for a couple of years. They also have an M9 clone that was sold by Rock Island Armory as the Malik, which is, a Beretta M9 clone. I thought they were all cool. And I love when you can get a deal like this because I'm tactically thrifty. There you go. And one of the Maliks actually looks like the Raccoon City um, police M9. If you don't know that from Resident Evil video games, they have one with
Just
that.
happens to, or they made it like intentionally.
They probably made it intentionally, but they don't mention it. So I don't know if you know what I mean. They just
Well, it's
avoided
like,
the whole.
yeah, exactly, like the trademark or whatever.
Yeah, just don't bring it up. Just put it out. Don't mention the video game. Don't say anything. And I'm looking at it going, that's like the Tokyo Marui version of, wait a minute, you can actually turn that into that without much effort.
So what do you think of this thing? Lever action pistol with a brace. It's just in this picture, it's in a box so that it's easier to see or whatever. But it's a lever action with a brace, I guess.
Well, I say it's a workaround to stupid SBR laws.
Yeah.
It's uglier than sin, but I'd rock it because, again, it's a to me, the worth of having an FU around stupid laws is worth the purchase.
Yeah. I don't like the
And
brace part of it. I don't understand the brace. Like, if it folded, like maybe it folds and I don't see that.
Maybe.
It says it on here. But
So maybe it's just how you have to attach it.
well, but I mean, like, you can take it off. You mean, like, if it comes off or comes on, or if it folds, then it might be different. But as is, I'd to make it a rifle. Like, why would you do this? But then without it being like whatever you'd call it, like a modern lever action
Mare's
with a
leg?
rail. Yeah, like a modern like a tactical mare's leg, I guess. But it's, mainly we're talking decent sights, which, because often, most of the time when you get a lever action, people don't talk about it because nobody ever talks about these things. But you've got like your adjustable rear, like a target adjustable rear, which is just a metal piece with a notch in it. And then up front, it's a blade. And sometimes they stick a BB on it or something, but most of the time it's just a blade because it's low pro and it's good. They think you're going to stick it in a horse saddle or something, or a saddle scabbard or something. So they just put a little blade on the front. But in reality, nobody sticks these in scabbards too much or holsters or anything. So this one has more of a, I don't know, some kind of a, I'm going to say a Marigolo front sight or big dot or some sort of a high vis front sight, right? Or maybe a high vis, something like that. Maybe a rear sight with two night sights, two little high vis dots or something. But then it has this rail for an optic here, a rail for something down here, all these attachment points on the side for like lights and IR, I guess. Threaded barrel. I'm guessing, does it say what? It says it's 357, 44, or Colt. So you can get it in Colt or 44 with 4 rounds, or you can get it in 357 and it'll be 5 rounds. So I don't know. All that being said, and then I'm guessing this is probably polymer, but I would rather have like a rubber grip if I'm going all through all this. And then I'm actually not a big fan of the big wide grips, or what do you call these things, loops. But if you're going to make a big loop, this is actually a design that I suspect would work. Like often they make the big loops, and if you actually use them, they don't work right. Like they're shitty. That's why I don't like them. And normal size loops are fine. This is a little bit bigger for like gloves or something without being one of the obnoxiously stupid big loops. And so I could almost get behind this, although it is too big. But I'm going to give it like a 7 or 8. Like I would definitely, if somebody gave this to me, I would definitely take it. Like if I don't know what the price is about 9. I don't know if I'd go 9 on this. If the price was 3, I'd own one. If the price was 5, I'd actually consider it. And then at 9, I probably won't own one. But where are you at with this thing? And then people that are watching, where are you at with this thing?
I mean, seeing as Daria already has given a firearm, I'm like, it might be a chance that I do have an opportunity to get it, and I would dig it.
Right. Yeah.
Again, for me, just the FU alone is worth it. I mean, I also did a build out of my SKS that gave it a folding stock just so it could be an FU to New Jersey. I mean, an adjustable stock because it didn't break any of their assault weapon ban rules. As far as that, dude, it's the reason it's a workaround. And I like workarounds. I think it's kind of ugly, but it's functional because it gives you ability to put a light on anywhere you want. It gives you the ability to put a red dot on. and have a short barreled, four shot 357 5 shot 357 Magnum. And truthfully, with 38 special, we probably get 6 rounds in it, plus 1. Put some hot 158s in it, and you have a pretty decent home defense firearm that probably doesn't break anyone's rules.
This
It
picture
might be
showing up,
50.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it might be 50 state league. Whoa, what is that? Is that a 22 with a 10-round mag?
So this one
Okay.
is a 22. Is this a different gun? This one's a 22 with a magazine. Different loop for sure, but it's the same, like, ish over here. But look at how
Still
this
has it.
is. This is a stock. I don't know how that
Yeah.
works, because you can't take a, wait a minute. You can take a pistol and turn it into a rifle, right? But you can't take a rifle and turn it into a pistol.
So I'm wondering, is that what they did?
Yeah, so this is a pistol that they sell you with a stock? No, they couldn't, because then you'd have a short barrel rifle. You can take a pistol and put a giant barrel on it and a stock, right? Like in the old, like those days of the 45s where they would put giant barrels on them and make them into things, and then like a
The bunt line, the bunt line 45 revolvers. That looks like the one that freaking the Joker pulled out of his pants and shot at at Batman with.
yeah, exactly right. So I don't know what the hell this is. If it's a short barrel rifle and they're just trying to make it compact, like fold it, like I don't know what's going on there, but then they don't have any indication of what that is. It says ironwood grip crafted from aluminum with steel fang PSP for, oh wait, it does move on down here. For the perfect fit. Ranks, that's what this is called, the ranks, right? Yeah, this even says ranks on it. Ranks offers enhanced control, comfort, and optimization. Designed for recreational shooters. I know it doesn't talk about more about the, I guess it's called the Steel Fang PSB. What this is. This is some kind of game or something.
They really need to work on their naming conventions.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. That's something in German. But yeah, that's interesting. I'd never heard of that pistol or seen that pistol.
Wow.
But I guess these come off. So you unscrew these and then you just have those holes in it. And then you can attach a stock. Well, when they hear the stupid NFA and they can make little lever actions, I suspect it's going to be the hotness. One of the biggest. There's going to be a lot of hotness when they get rid of the NFA. But one of the hotnesses is going to be a 357 44 lever gun SBR. Because that's going to be a cool gun. That's just going to be a super cool gun. Hopefully they'll make it without this stupid safety on the side. And they'll probably, I'm sure somebody will make it in both wood, like a normal classic style, and then this kind of style. Because this is really just clamping a rail on the side. This is easy as hell to modernize. They don't have to do anything to the gun. They can make the gun the same and put either wood on it.
100% agreed.
Packrat was saying he's not sure what that is. And I don't know if New York Outcast was saying Leon's gun for this or for something else, but Snob must have left. I don't know if anybody else is saying anything about this.
Leon's gun from, Natalie Portman, The Professional.
Oh, okay.
The Professional, awesome movie.
That would have been one of those other ones you were talking about, the pistols.
The Malik, the 9mm. The price wasn't bad, and it was really funny how it happened that I came upon it. So right before SHOT 2 years ago, I was like, oh man, they make a Beretta clone. Hopefully when I get to SHOT, I can try it out. Well, I get the range day at SHOT, and Okay, I'll describe it. When you walk up to their booth, Rock Island, they have a very decent collection of their firearms lined up, and you just point at what you want to shoot, and they will let their person know. They tell you to go up on the line. They'll grab the gun you selected and take it up on the line for you, and then they'll give you the ammo or magazine for it and have you shoot it. And I think it's like 5 rounds or something, but whatever. Well, I'm looking for the Malik, and I was like, "Where's the Malik?" Oh no, I was looking for the DY9, but also wanted to check out the. Well, I guess their whole contract with them had pretty much ended at that time, and they were like, "Oh no, check out our, our metal Glock." And I'm like, "But I didn't want to see your metal Glock. I wanted to see the polymer Glock." And I was like, "Okay, don't annoy the people that work at the company." But I'm like, I want to see the other one. And they didn't tell me that it was made by a third party and they were just importing it and selling it. It was on their website. But it seemed at that point they weren't really pushing it to influencers or whatever the hairy heck I am. I don't consider myself an influencer whatsoever. I'm an advocate first. Oh, am I wrong? You meant, oh, I didn't know Leon. I thought Leon from The Professional. I mean, it's in Resident Evil, obviously. But you get it? You have, there's a company that makes the muzzle device almost like the one that Leon had in The Professional. A friend of mine talked about picking it up. It looks pretty cool. The thing's like, I don't know, about 3 inches long and it threads on or goes on to the end of the barrel. It's like $300 and something, but man, is it cool looking.
But when those things were for like 1911s, you would take off, I forget what you call that thing on the front. The thing on the front of a 1911 that turns, that key or whatever. Was it the barrel lock?
Oh.
Anyway, you take that thing off and then you would replace it. And then was there one that was attached to the guide rod? But I might have seen something like that. They came up from the guide rod. And then in the Glocks, how do I see them attached to Glocks? I think they attach to the rail or some shit. And then they just kind of came up in front. So how do they connect to a Beretta? Unless it has a threaded barrel. I mean, a threaded barrel is pretty obvious.
I think it was a threaded barrel.
Okay. Because I know they have guide rods, and I'm wondering if they did something like that. Or sometimes things will clamp onto things or something. No rail on this, though. Or is that just this one? These are too small for us, I guess.
Yeah, they only did the M9 one. So, because I like these, it took a while.
Oh, here it is.
Because when I was in the Marine Corps, we had CZs, we had 1911s.
They showed this. Oh, hold on. They showed this picture, but then when you do the 3D image of it, they give you that other one. So this must be that thing you're talking about, and it's definitely threaded on because this is the image they give you.
I think this is something they just had out because we were talking about it on the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is right off their website. I'm just pulling these pictures off their website.
Yeah. Truthfully,
I do like
Daria Arms.
600.
Daria Arms is like TSOS was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So if you really want to get on the ground floor of like the new hotness that's coming in as imports, I think this is one of them. What's your thoughts on the CZ75? I have 2 of them.
You have 2 thoughts, or you have 2 CZ?
I have 2 CZ75s and actually CZP07. I find it interesting that the gun community poo-pooed on CZ75s for a long time. Depends on the years you were in. Like old school dudes, us and those before us, knew Jeff Cooper liked the CZ75 and actually based the Bren 10, that whole design. He was talking about making a 10 millimeter CZ75. Very effective handgun and one of the most copied in the world, behind the Browning and the Glocks. is the CZ75. Good guns. I enjoy mine. People slept on it, and then all of a sudden, this generation gets it and go, "Oh, it's the gun of the what's the derogatory term they use? This
Boomer?
generation." No, no, no. This generation's yuppies. I forgot what they call them. Damn. Anyway, the guys with the man buns and stuff like that.
Chads?
No, that's not a Chad. Not with a man bun. But whatever. They were like, "Oh, hipster. Oh, it's a hipster gun." I'm like, no, it's a combat arm that goes back to 1975 and is used throughout the world, just not known here in America for the most part. I saw mine a few years ago, so I have one from '89 and another from '91. And they just make so many variations of them now. And now, they purchase Colt. So that's some craziness that,
Well, that's like,
we'd say.
I was going to say, it's like saying 1911 to say CZ75. They've just been around for too long and they're too adapted. Is that the polite way of saying copied? Like illegally and legally and like coolly and uncool, like in cool ways and uncool ways. I'm trying to find an alternative, or I mean like a better example, but I think I'm going to have to find two just because there's too many of these things. But I'm going to use these here. This isn't even, I think this is a 3D image, but it still will serve the purpose. But this is what I would say. This is how I got in, or this is my first introduction to them, would have been something like this back in the olden days when it was more like, it wasn't really a military gun, but it was made very much like a military gun. So it would have had wood grips and it would have had a regular, just been like kind of plain. Then they started importing them and people wanted fancier sights and like pieces or parts on them that were cooler. So better wood, just better overall, like machining or whatever, nice fitment and that kind of shit. And then like this little thing is an upgraded. This would have been like, you'd got a boner over this back in the 90s. Like this was cool back in the 90s, having a, whatever that's called, a commander hammer instead of whatever. I just closed that picture. But right, like instead of, oops, open image. No, I can't right click to save.
Yeah, the spur hammer wasn't cool, but the commander hammer was cool.
Right, and that was just like when I was looking at these pictures of them, I'm like, yeah, this is probably what I was introduced to it as, and I was like, yeah, it ain't ours, so who cares? Plus, back in the and there's something else. Like, I'm just going to say this because this is sort of what this show's about. To letting people know that gun ownership isn't a thing. Just like we don't want to say gun owners are a thing or like guns are a thing. Like gun ownership has just changed like anything over the years, just like car ownership, right? There was a time when owning, I'm going to go off in two tangents here, I guess, because I was going to say this is definitely a tangent. Owning a car, like owning two cars, that's not like a luxury thing. Like I know tons of poor people that own multiple cars because cars are often cheap, especially if they're broken or something. And somebody will buy a car cheap because they love it or they think they can resell it or grandma wants it or something, and then sits in their yard for 6 months because they don't have all the time in the world to just jump out there, or they got to wait and save up for a part or something, or they're waiting for a junkyard to source them apart, right, from some wreck or something. So having a lot of cars and stuff was no big thing, but back in the day, having a lot of guns was not necessarily like, some people had a bunch of guns, but most people had a couple of guns, but we paid attention to the guns or whatever. But so in other words, we were still sitting around talking about guns, but we weren't buying as many as they were so expensive, and it wasn't the thing to do to have like a big giant gun collection. Like some people did, and you accepted that, but not everyone wanted that. Does that make sense? Like that wasn't everyone's goal. Like some people were like, oh, I'm a gun guy, I've got my hunting shotgun, and they weren't fuds, they were just done. Like they weren't interested in having. So it's not like back in the day everyone had a lot of guns. So to that extent, we were always talking about them, and we would look at the magazines, or like pretty much the magazines, I guess, for me. Maybe other people saw other things, or maybe eventually cable TV shows. But you'd see something in a magazine, you'd go, oh, I'd rather have it with, and then you'd see this, and you get this gun shop or something, you go, oh my goodness, look at this. Like I would definitely buy this then. And this, I would call it more of a commercial version, because no one was carrying nothing back then. So having sights like this was easy to see, at the range, and no one even considered drawing it from a holster or carrying it. So having a gun with all these like things poking out of it, nowadays you look at that and you go, why would you build a gun with all these angles and things pointing out of it and this and that? Like, because nobody thought about putting a gun away. Like, you carried a gun maybe in a holster, but that was a cop. Like, most people carried their gun in like a briefcase looking thing with foam in it, right? Like, we just carried our guns around like that, or in little socks or some shit. Anyway, so here's what I'm going to get to. You look at the other side of one, and this is a modern one, I think, or at least one I would. If I saw something like this, I probably would have liked it. But this is a more modern one. But this is a better example of the other side. And when I looked at them, just like Packrat's saying, I never liked the frame. Like, the frame is the grip, and if you don't like it, it's just like some people hate the Glock. Like, if it just doesn't fit your hand good, then you're constantly adjusting to it. And to me, this one felt like it was made for somebody, and it wasn't me. So it just, it was like sitting in a car that's just uncomfortable. So it was like, right off the bat, yeah. And then the grips on it were wood, and I wasn't a fan of that when I was a kid. I liked the Packmeyers and the rubber and stuff like that. And then it has a rolling, or what do you call this thing? A roll pin. I couldn't deal with that. Like, I know that they're fine, and I have guns with roll pins now, and I don't hate them. But back in the day, like, that was a no-go for me. I was not about roll pins. And a Phillips screw on it, like, that's the kind of stuff that 1911s had a slotted screw. But to me, when I seen this kind of stuff, I was like, nah. Like, that's I don't know. I wasn't going to say like it was like a BB gun or something, but I just didn't want to see that kind of shit on a gun. Like, I didn't want to see normal stuff on a gun. I wanted to see it cooler looking or whatever. So that was petty or whatever. But that's one of the reasons and it wasn't like I was buying these. Like I said, like, we're looking at guns and magazines and blowing them off or liking them, and I blew it off because of little stuff like that. But it wasn't like, I had 7 in front of me and I could buy any of them, and I was like, no, I would have taken any gun, I'm sure.
So that first one you showed, the second one you showed with the Commander hammer and the larger sights,
right?
At that time, that was custom work.
Yeah, that was
like that was the only way. That was the only way you were going to get one of those in a 1911. That had beaver tail with larger sights, was get them custom done. And this
you
thing
go
was
to the store, you buy
factory.
it, and then you took it to a good gunsmith or somebody trying to be a good gunsmith, and they bought those parts and put them together on that gun for you. Yeah. And then you'd get it like weeks later. I remember my dad taking guns to taking a 1911, and I'd forget he owned it because it was gone for so long. And then it'd come back and it'd look different. You'd be like, oh, yeah, cool, look, whatever. It's got different parts on it.
Exactly. So that was that. Now, me, saw them back in the day, just like you did, magazines, read the articles that were written in Soldier of Fortune about them by, Pete Kalowski, whatever his name was. He was their gun guru, and he would talk about the stuff that we knew we'd never see, right? He'd go and check out, what do you call them? Warsaw Pact weapons and weapons from around the world, and CZ-75 was one of them. So that's where I remember it from. I was working the election one day, a primary election, so no one was coming in, and they had them on sale at AIM Surplus for like $240. So I ordered one, and the freaking website froze. So I ordered it again, and the website froze again. I was like, oh, well, hopefully I didn't buy 2 guns. Called them first thing next morning to find out if I'd accidentally purchased 2 guns. They opened at 9 o'clock. I had that phone ringing at 8:58. And I just let the son bitch ring till they picked up. They were like, yeah, you didn't order anything, and all the guns were sold, but we'll keep your name. You said, give me your name and your phone number in case somebody doesn't want theirs, because that happens. I'm like, okay, cool. And they called me back like less than an hour later and said, hey, we've discovered 2 more in the warehouse, but they look totally different than what was online. One's a nickel finish, and the other one's, he said, is really worn. One's a nickel finish, and the other one's a 2-tone, silver and black. And I was like, they're still the same price? They were like, yeah, $249. I'm like, I'll take both. So that's how I ended up with 2, and I didn't regret it at all. Really like them. They shoot well. They fit my hand, and I like their fit and just how they work. Opposite happened when I actually got my hand on a Brownie High Power. I don't like how it fits my hand, and it's too short. Matter of fact, even the Beretta 92 is kind of, the pistol grip is short for me. So between the Beretta 92, the Browning High Power, and the CZ75, it's CZ75 all day, because it just fits my hand better. And that's not a horrible choice to have to make between those guns. I mean, those are some iconic firearms in 9mm. But for me, in that whole versus, it's CZ75, Beretta, and then the last place is the Browning High Power.
And then, as you're saying that, I don't know why I went to this, but I was thinking of when you think about, because these are full size. There was no such thing as a compact gun back then either. Like maybe I guess technically the 1911 got smaller technically, but nobody bought it. Nobody cared about a small gun. So these were full size guns competing with each other. And a full size 1911 is going to hold like 7 rounds or 10 if you're lucky. And then the high power comes along with like what, 15 or whatever. And I mean, that was just because there was no short mags, right? Like they were all full size mags. And then I'm sure it had to be 18s pretty quick. As soon as they could make 15, somebody figured out, oh, we can cram more in there. And I don't know, for some reason I just thought of that. That was one of those things where 9mm, it kind of like was like if you got your little brother came along and was like trying to you're trying to do something and your little brother comes along and does it better than you. And then he's like, hey, to make it even better, I brought my friend who can also do it better than you. And you're like, you're not helping. Get out of here. So like they're like 9mm is so good and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And we can carry more around. It's like, gosh.
And we were there for that because we were there when the 9mm, like people love going to Wikipedia articles and said, hey, Illinois State Police got the 9mm in 1969. That was it, bro. They were the only ones. It took until the mid 80s for 9mm to start like migrating and actually making an impact, at least in my memory. It was the mid 80s, early 80s, and then it slowed down because of the Miami shootout. And that 9mm didn't perform. They blamed the 9mm for not performing and doing a one-stop shop. Stop.
There was no reason. It wasn't like cars that wear out. Like guns, I guess, wear out, but cops don't use them that much. So they don't wear out unless they break, like physically fall on them or something. They're not breaking. So it's not like they needed to switch out all their guns ever. So unless like a new department was made or like SWAT or something was coming on board, they were creating something new, or like maybe highway patrol where they're like, now we're going to bring in motorcycle cops or something new, or like we're going to have airplane cops or something. So they need a lighter, smaller gun. Like maybe someone would consider it. But like you had your 357 or you had your 45, whatever it was, I guess, 38, and done. Like what? Nobody even considered. Like uniforms got changed more than guns ever got changed. Like nobody thought about changing guns. They paid more attention to what car they were going to drive, right? Like or like
it was hilarious though,
like a billy club or like a flashlight. Nobody even considered it. Like it was just a thing.
You didn't have social media. So you didn't have like this plethora of, this thing that got into your algorithm and you saw everyone's using this other thing. It was like, no, it was just another tool that cops had.
And I think marketing was the hot chick at SHOT Show. It was about all the marketing, right? Like if you impress one guy in the department, you won. So that's all you had to do.
So a lot of things happened around the same time. SWAT came about. And then SWAT started getting high-speed, low-drag stuff. But there weren't that many, so they had 1911s. So most police departments didn't get 1911s, didn't want 1911s. And SWAT went from LAPD to NYPD to other PDs. And then they wanted, high-speed, low-drag. And again, Miami shootout, Hollywood shootout, the one that starts with the N with the guy, the cops that supposedly died reloading. Like a lot of those things started happening, and now it was like, okay, we're not getting the 1911 unless it's specialized groups, but maybe people should get 9mm because they're out there. And that's how that kind of eased its way in. And then Glock came to America in 83? So all of that stuff started shifting in the early to mid 80s. And it wasn't quick. I mean, it slowly went across the country from pretty much both coasts towards the middle. Because in the 90s, there were still cops with 6-shooters into the mid 90s. Hell, there were cops who still had lever actions as their carbine in the vehicle.
It is a pretty handy gun, and I suspect because it's not like cops often need to have a shootout. Most of the time, they're putting down like a horse or something, or a cow, right? Like,
Yep.
or cat or some raccoon or some shit. So I could see a lever action being pretty useful. Plus, a lever action doesn't scare hardly anybody. I mean, like a little old lady might get scared of a lever action because she can remember what they can do, but everybody else doesn't think doesn't think of them as violent guns, right?
Nope. A lever action is really, I think it's 50 state legal still. Even though they call them assault weapon in freaking Australia. I laughed out loud when I heard that one.
I mean, they can be devastating, literally. Like, you can get a pretty savage. I mean, it's not going to hold a lot of rounds, but it'll hold 5 or 6 times. It can take apart cinder block. Like, you don't want to. Nobody wants to be on the other end of a lever action. That's what I'm saying.
Well, especially a lever action that someone knows how to actually run.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you get a cowboy action guy with a slicked up lever action. He'll make you change some opinions. But yeah, it was different, and it wasn't that long ago. Not as long as some people think it is, but if you're just stepping into the firearms thing over the last 10, 12 years, everything is a Glock and an AR. Now, for a really long time, that was not how it was. For a really long time, after both the AR-15 and the Glock came on the scene, that was not the standard. The standard was for a long time a shotgun, either Mossberg or Remington, and a revolver, either a Smith or Colt. And maybe if you had a long arm, it would be a lever action and a rifle caliber, or it may just be one in a pistol caliber.
And like Packrat is saying, the pump action rifles, that was the thing for a bit. And then there's semi-automatic rifles too that were probably contenders for the ARs.
They weren't. No. Mini 14s came along, but
oh no, I was thinking the wooden things that look more like a bar or something, like a hunting rifle.
Oh yeah.
Because again, they only need like 5 or 10 rounds most of the time. Up until really, it wasn't until criminals started being worse, I guess, that law enforcement decided they needed 30-round mags.
It wasn't until the CIA started running drugs and stuff into this country from other countries, and they brought in the AKs with it. But yeah,
seriously, because I can remember the news because I was paying attention to guns or whatever, and I can remember when the police first petitioned because it was the police that asked for rifles, AR-15s, I guess. No, I guess M16s. What am I saying? They didn't have ARs, so they petitioned for M16s. And it was a big ass fucking deal. Everybody was like, "What are you blah blah blah, arming the police and shit?" And then I forget what happened, but some crime happened, and then all the police were like, "See, look, like this could have stopped. We could have stopped that if we had rifles." So then they gave them rifles, but they had to be in the trunk and all locked up and this and that. And it was like a good thing. Like we don't want them to have access, and they should have to be authorized. The chief should be able to say the word, and maybe they even had to get them unlocked by remotely or some shit. Like I remember they were really apprehensive about it. And now when I just bought my cop car, it had a shotgun and an AR. Well, I keep saying AR because I'm accustomed to saying that, but it was obviously an M16 and a shotgun, right? Like in the car. Like, so they had both, right? With a button that you push and it opens them, like it lets them go. So they are fast access. And that was like, the front seat. So we've definitely gone around because it wasn't a straight line from here to there either. Like it's probably gone all over the place and gotten to where we're at now. But I think it's more than, I don't know. I'll give criminals some credit or whatever. I don't think they're out to get us as much as they just want to go home and live. And they're doing the job. You could debate on it took the job and blah, blah, blah. But in reality, the humans want to go home and not be dead at the end of their shift. So I can see why they want a rifle when the bad guys, but essentially they don't know what the bad guys are. But that's a bigger debate, I guess, on society, right?
Yeah.
If you should have armed police or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about how, certain things, right? Like some people act as if the way things are today was the way they always were until you get to the olden days in the 60s. And I'm like, no, the olden days were really 2000s for some departments. Like some departments, yeah. It wasn't the 60s. It was the 2000s, depending on where you were. Some departments still make you purchase your own firearm. I know that was a thing for a long time.
That's sort of like a size of the department thing, right? Like budget size. I mean,
yep.
Yeah.
You got 4 cops, bro. You got 4 cops and don't have the income tax base to support buying all new equipment. You're going to pick and choose, and you want them to have the same uniforms. You want them to have the same vehicles. Hey, bro, you can spend the $500 to $600 on whatever handgun you want. It's got to be 9mm. It's like, it's up to you.
It's got to be on this list. Like before, it was at one point it was like you bring your own gun. That was a bonus. Like you're even better. You're like, well, we got 3 people here, but this guy's got his own gun, so I guess he's getting hired, right? Like back in the day, they didn't ask questions. But I'm sure after getting enough lawsuits or something, they probably they got to where they're, I'm sure, like, here's the 4 that you can buy to bring. Like these are the ones you can have. And I'm sure it's more of a training thing too, because you get, like, you say bring your own gun, and then somebody brings in like the break top 38 thing from like 1911 that their grandpa used, and now they're trying to come up with a manual of arms for that, while the other guy's got a side opening revolver, and then the third guy's got a pistol. So I could see some of it as just a training thing, depending on, again, if they even have training, right? At some department, I'm thinking probably not even any more departments, but maybe security or something smaller than a department where you're going to bring your own gun anymore. So Packrat was saying that they used AR mags in those pump rifles for that. So that's a newer gun than I was thinking. I was thinking of an older,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was just looking something up because I couldn't think of a name. Yeah, you put the call out, you have to provide your own firearm, and all of a sudden Tackleberry shows up from Police Academy. It's like, yeah, I got my CZ75, or look, a real one. How's this? My VP70. It's like, what? Yeah. Can you imagine showing up in the 90s? Can you imagine showing up in the 90s as a cop, and the cop pulls out a HK VP70 with the wooden stock, with the stock that freaking makes it go full auto? It's like, no, bro, just no. you get a Smith & Wesson 38 top break. We have to calm you way down.
Let's take a tangent, and I don't know. Well, 2 questions for people listening out there. If you want to just sit back and listen, you can. I'm encouraging you to be part of the show. That's the whole point about the live internet, is that you're not just watching a recorded show. So the question is, once there's no NFA, what are you looking at? Like, what? Let's say a machine gun realm. What machine guns are you looking at? Assuming that they're going to be, comparable prices to guns. So, a rifle's going to cost what a rifle costs today-ish, a couple of bucks more because of the price. And then the auxiliary second question for everybody out there is, how long before we're in that reality, before the NFA is just completely gone or neutered to the point where everybody's just purchasing what they would without the NFA?
All right, I'll throw this out there. My hope is the, most pro Second Amendment administration in history, freaking just redlines it, like just slams to the floor and just starts chucking crap out. Like, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone. We got rid of this, we got rid of this. Because the quicker they do that, the more we move to Overton window of what's acceptable, especially if we don't have any crimes that they can tie to it. Like, right. Nothing happens.
Instead of nibble over 20 years, nibble, and like, we can have this kind of spring assisted trigger, but not that kind of blood, nibble, and
Yeah. So it would take, in my opinion, this administration going balls to the wall on the pro-gun side, just shifting over to window, going stupid with it. And then another administration that's seriously, heavily pro 2A to keep that momentum up for one term. I think in 6 to 7 years, we could get to that point that NFA is ineffective, and add another term to that, and it could be gone. Again, it would take no big calamity. It would take as long as we didn't have anything horrible happen, we could probably shift that window. And for me, again, doing what I do, a machine gun is not what I want. But for me, a short barrel rifle, that would make more sense. And truthfully, pistol caliber carbines like MP5 or things with a 10-inch barrel, something's easier for your mom, your grandmom, your sister, your little brother to actually shoot when they come to my events would be better for me and more effective for what I do, which is introducing people to firearms.
I hear you. I don't disagree. I think that it would take a lot. Like Packrat just said, they just announced is it 34? I think it's 34 altogether, like 30 that matter to us, I think. Changes to policy at ATF, which is nice, but it isn't what we want yet. But I don't think it's also not we can't count our chickens hatched. Like we still have to go through a comment period, and that's an opportunity to educate and empower the change. But I agree with you that if for some reason he decides to do it, or the antis piss him off so bad that he does it to bother them, which I could see happening more than just making it cool.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to discount. Like I don't really love Trump or hate Trump. Like I can honestly say, like I don't really care. So I'll give him credit that he, I know the people that hate him are never going to give him credit for anything, and the people that love him give him credit for everything. But I think in general, he's acting like a president with balls, and some people are never going to fucking like that, and some people can't handle that Trump is doing shit. And there's, what I mean? Like, so I'm not saying everything he's doing is perfect or he's doing great things, but at the same time, he does things. Fucking, I think that's, we can debate that he's doing things. So I'd agree with you. Like, if for some reason he gets that, and maybe he just gets sick of us going, he's not a good president or whatever. He's like, oh yeah, I'll hold my fucking orange hat or whatever. And then fucking does that shit. Because that's all it really takes. And I think like you're basically saying and repeating you that once we have the change, just like we have with the brace, there's effectively short things that look like stocks, and that if there was some inherent danger there, we'd be living that danger. In fact, there's no inherent danger. We're living the world where braces and stocks essentially look the same to most people, are used the same, and the ATF doesn't. It's gone back and forth, but at the moment doesn't consider them an issue. So as we live that world, we live a world where suppressors are just, there ain't quite as many suppressors as there is guns, but eventually there will be. And again, if somehow a thing that makes your gun longer, hotter, and more difficult to deal with was easier for crime, then we would have seen that before they were prolific. So, and then the other side of it is they say, and nobody brings this up, and I don't know why on our side nobody brings this up ever. Fucking ever. But there's a shit ton of ARs, and we always brag about that. There's a shit ton of cans. We always brag about that. Here's the thing that we don't like to bring up, or I guess the reason we don't bring it up. They insist that criminals don't create guns unless we're talking 3D printers. Then they can create guns, but they don't need to because they can just steal them from law-abiding citizens or whatever. So there's a shit ton of ARs, and there's a shit ton of cans, and there's a shit ton of Glocks. So where are they all being stolen? Like, yes, some are. But you know what I mean? Like, if this was the case, then silenced ARs would be all over the place, and they ain't, because they're useless for crime, basically. So anyway, these are the things, full auto silenced machine guns would be used in bank robberies all the time. Except, wait, they're never used in bank robberies because it's not because of the laws. And anyway, so I'm getting at is that if they're going to suggest that by making full auto somehow more available that there's going to be more crime, then no, like there's no more crime now in ARs than there's ever been. It's crime's always done with pistols, and it always has been done with pistols. Why? Because pistols are convenient. You can put them in your pocket, obviously. But anyway, so I agree with you that all it takes is the NFA being pushed, and then any amount of time, really, just some amount of time with it. And I suspect we can move that Overton window. Some of it will just happen because everyone will live with that world. Like, oh my gosh, machine guns are everywhere. Oh, wait a minute, nothing's happening. But after that initial shock, it'll take us to illustrate it. Remember, there's still machine guns, like this many days since, machine gun havoc, like 0 or, another day of no machine gun havoc. Like we have to somehow rub it in that they were wrong the whole time. But once that
Mm-hmm.
happens, then yeah, like then people are just like, just like nobody's scared of hot rod cars because somehow they're faster getaway vehicles. Think of the crime you could do if you had a getaway vehicle that go 100 miles an hour. So therefore, we can't have cars that, nobody puts that weird shit on anything else except for guns. And I think that's all artificial. And once you remove that, whatever you call it, like the routine or the common, what they consider now common sense, guns are violence. Like once guns exist and I guess with a light on, out of the closet, out of the shadows, and they see the gun on the counter and they realize it's not violent, then it's really hard to keep thinking it's violent rationally. So I think anyway, I suspect I can tell we have examples again. So the short barrel shotguns, there's suppressors. These things exist in society. Nobody really cares. Even though the antis, that I think I'm right again because the antis, or I think I'm on the right track at least, because the antis would be addressing it if it was really an issue, right? Like they'd be rubbing our noses in it. Look how many suppressor deaths there are because the suppressors are so prevalent now. We used to have 0 suppressors, and now there's tens of millions of suppressors in the world. All these criminals use suppressors. Like they would be saying that shit if it was the case, and it's not.
Yep.
So it's not like they're bad at their jobs or they're not getting paid to do their jobs. They're trying really hard to do their jobs. It's just that they don't have any actual facts to point to like that. They don't exist.
Yeah, they manipulate the facts a lot, but they can't just make it up out of whole cloth, like the number of suppressor deaths. All right, where's this at? Where's this written? Who got arrested?
And they see you can go, okay, suppressors, yeah, they add another 12 inches to the gun. If you bend it, the gun is useless. If they get so hot, you can't put it back in your pants. So, okay, but what about a switch? What about a trigger? Like these things exist. Well, the triggers, they have to 3D print or buy from China because those aren't, like, you can't just go buy those on the street. But you can go buy some kind of binary safety or binary trigger thingy, that are compliant with the NFA. But again, where are the for all the reasons you just said, like it's useless to have a machine gun. Practically, it probably is useless to have a machine gun. The only people that use them are assault teams, and where again, criminals. What's the difference between an assault team and a criminal? Very little, honestly. Like they surprise people and kill them. So why aren't criminals using them? And they're available. It's because they're really not that good. Like they're just kind of useless. They're good for like shock and awe. Right, and firecrackers work for that. So anyway, I just think again that we have it all on our side. We all know this. It's just a matter of like I guess we're contemplating once that shift happens and the guns are all legal and everybody has them. We can't just drop the ball and go, okay, we won. Take a little bit of effort for us to rub it in everybody's face for that pleasure, but also for the importance of like, let's not forget that we changed this and we aren't living in blood or whatever.
We're not living in a dystopian society where there's shootouts every 5 seconds, blood running in the streets.
My parking spot.
Yeah. Oh, road rage incidents. So it's going to be all over if you pass concealed carry. Everyone will be. No, they won't. No, they didn't. Because most people are good and decent, and very few people want to actually kill someone over a parking spot.
But that was one tangent. I know we're going off on tangents, and still feel free for people out there listening, watching, participating in the show live. There's a bunch of people doing that and flashing their stuff up on the screen. Oh, I forgot to push this button too that shows everybody's comments. But feel free if you're just listening to screen, pull over to the side of the road and type in when you think we would possibly see this. If we're wrong completely, let us know if you think it'll never happen. It can't happen for some reason, or if it's a different timeline. But then, okay, so now it's that far into the future. We're living in that world. I'm assuming if it is sooner than later, guns aren't going to have changed that much. And they certainly haven't gone full auto yet. That hasn't become commonplace, and like new types of full auto haven't been invented because it's, hasn't really been made accessible yet. So when that first happens, again, kind of leaving that or setting it up so that we don't just pull guns out of thin air that don't exist yet. But, with the kind of stuff that exists today, there's nothing, again, you can just go to the store. Even in Jersey, like you can just go to the store and buy this stuff now. So nothing out there that you'd be grabbing as your first machine gun. Let me preface it with this. I don't think that once machine gun, it's just like guns. Like we have all kinds of guns, and some of them are practical and some of them contend or try to be practical, and some of them happen to be practical, but a lot of them are dumb. Like they're just stupid or pretty or cool or funny and are just fun to shoot and that kind of thing. Or like historic and, commemorative. So I'm thinking once machine guns are good to go, we're going to have like just dumb little stuff and like fun stuff and just, goofy stuff and just stuff that's fun to take to the range. But
I want what is it? AM 180?
That one with the
Prick.
tube or the round thing that was on top like a pancake, but it had like 180 rounds.
Yeah, of 22. So yeah, I actually was at a place in PA for what's his name? Dang, not Adam Kraut, Joshua Prince and his law office. And I think it's like firearm manufacturing, firearm industry, something group. Anyway, one of the guys there had one. So it's a full auto 22 long rifle, and it's kind of built like a Tommy gun, but obviously not as overbuilt as a Tommy gun. Simple blowback, but it's like 180 round mag was the standard, and I think a 360 round mag was the other thing. Yeah, that's what I'd want because one, it's easy to show people how much fun a freaking full auto can be without breaking the bank, and everybody could shoot it. You know what I mean? No one had to freaking learn short fiery burst and be able to control the recoil and the gun going off. So yeah, that's what I do because I'm not going to use it for home defense. I'm not going to use it in the case of the apocalypse, but I can definitely use it at diversity shoots at freaking 4 cents a round or less. I mean, I have lots of donated 22. That'd be great.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, specifically, just in my experience with 22s in general, but certainly with full auto, like, let's say, intricate 22s, they get finicky as hell. So just you trying to use grab bag type of, use up boxes type of 22s. Revolvers need that stuff. Some pistols will take it. Most some rifles, I should say most rifles will probably take it, although you might be from semi-auto to single shot, it seems like, because they keep getting, you have to like cycle them. But anything full auto, I would say, well, I'm not going to say anything because some things that are belt fed, you're going to maybe pull the bad ones right through. So maybe at misfire, you wouldn't even know because it's just happening, especially if it has like a crank or something, it's not depending. 22s don't depend on recoil. You know what I mean? Like they're full autos. They're not blowback. They're usually some kind of crank or some shit, because they need to help it. Chamber or whatever, make it do the action. I don't know. I think that I would like to see a little Mac, like a Mac 10 made in 22, but if it's stuff off the shelf, I think that 180 is a great option because I agree with you that it's going to be, I think, a lot of, I'm going to just say recreational full auto happening. Like there's not much, need for it. So I think a lot of it will tend to just be like what you liked in a movie or maybe something in your, something like you carried in the service or something like that. But then the other end of it is all of our ranges are built for single or slow fire, I guess the way I say it. So when you start talking fast fire, you need to have targets that can handle it, backstops that can handle it.
Yeah,
and then,
berms, yeah.
Right, berms, yeah, exactly. And not all of them can do that. So it's not like the industry can just handle it. So I think the first wave of full auto and probably the major, and not say only because people just go outside, but I think the big wave of it will be like the 5.7s, something that's got a primer so it can be reloaded with a machine and reloaded and not, 22, unless they come up. I don't know. I think they could even come. I think something like a 5.7 or something could become way more popular, especially downloaded to just barely operate, just barely cycle, since everybody knows it's not going to be used for nothing. Because it is super fun. I mean, it's fun to shoot a round, but if you haven't shot either a full auto that you're trying to squeeze 3 rounds, I really don't like 3-round burst because of the mechanism is stupid, but pulling 3-round bursts or 2-round bursts out of a full auto, it's one of those things that if you just go to a range and you shoot 1 mag, you're never going to do that because you're trying to do a mag dump. You want to do that. But if you get to go to a shoot sometime where somebody just has a full auto there and it's not like, there's more than one or something and it's not under demand. If you ever just get time to play with a full auto, or if your uncle gave you one with shit tons of ammo and like multiple opportunities to just spend all day playing with it, you're going to figure out how to use that machine differently than anyway. So it's a lot of fun, and I'm anticipating a lot of steel. Honestly, 223, we already shoot that stuff at steel. So I guess 223, you know, there's a ton of guns in 223, honestly, that are fun to shoot in full auto. But you know, at steel, I think we're going to see a lot more steel setups because you don't have to go reset steel. A lot more paint. You know, you just or somebody will come up with some kind of drone or something that paints, or some sort of. Surprised they already have some sort of a windshield wiper, you know, that just repaints the steel every once in a while, because nobody's going to want to go down there and repaint it all the time.
Yeah, well, the thing about rising is because outdoor range, yeah, you're not going to hit the cables that run from the front of the range to the back of the range like you will the indoor range. So even after that stuff becomes, you know, if all the dreams come true and NFA is gone, still indoor range is going to be like, yeah, no, because you guys suck.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're going to come up with some sort of I don't know, bubble wrap dome thing, you know, you're going to be shooting down, right? So or they're going to put the cables underground or some shit. Yeah, they'll figure out something.
It's like, we're not losing money. We're not losing money because you guys suck. How do I know that happened? Because we had a couple of people, we think it was the same person, not be able to shoot well at a diversity shoot, and somehow he shot 2 cables loose.
Yeah.
So we were closing up the event, and my guys were packing up and everything, and all of a sudden, the crew from Gun for Hire rolls through with a roll of cable and go into the range, and I'm like, what was that about? Oh yeah, somebody shot the cables twice. I'm like, Jesus. Yeah. So those guys had to stay.
There's a range will exist, and then over time, you know, splatter, misfires, or, you know, bad shots or whatever stuff will nick those cables all over the place. So, you know, 6 months in, you know, 9 months in, I don't know, whatever the cycle is for the range, you know, that thing will be getting pretty bad. And I suspect that that's, you know, they're gonna see like a cycle, and they're probably like, once 2 break, they probably shut it down that evening and just replace all the cables, type of thing, because they know that it's like guitar strings or something. You know, once one breaks, you know that they're all getting old.
It's like a bungee cord business. Once one breaks.
Yeah, exactly. Like, time to put all new cords on here. But I definitely. But the thing is, people don't do it intentionally. You know, rarely. It's just they're not paying attention. And if you're shooting, a short person is shooting close, they're hitting the top of the roof. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, they don't usually make a little shorter person sit on or stand on like something, but because, you know, if you're just shorter and your shoulders are lower, then you're shooting at that same piece of paper. It's just math. You know what I mean? Somewhere they're gonna either I was gonna say, sometimes they'll have, you ever seen like the plexiglass thing that swings? It's like not really a door, it's more like a bar door thing. They'll swing and they'll have like a circle, and then they'll say, like, if you're shooting full auto, like, put the muzzle through this circle and don't, you know, so that way, like, you're not able to, it's sort of having like a chain on the front of your muzzle or something. So like you're shooting through that port, and again, unless you're standing on the ground or something shooting straight up, then, you know, you're going to be shooting down at the back of their berm, or at least they're trying to get you to. So I don't know if they could do something like that where they're too concerned about it. They could have the height of the shooter change. Same thing with, well, tall, I guess we'd hit the floor. But, you know, it's just math. If you take that 20, where the closest round is, sometimes they go to 7 feet or something, then it makes a big difference.
We have a distance thing and a line drawn on the backer that we hang up to hang the targets from. It's like, you know, targets have to be below this line and has to be a minimum of this far out. And that cut down on a lot of it. But understand, we having people that have never touched a firearm until they get to our events. And we're not teaching a classroom type class. So you're in the port with the people, and we're showing you how to shoot this thing right now. So some people don't listen so well. or they can't visualize. Plus, there's a lot of distractions. There's 10 more
Well, and it's
ports with people pulling triggers.
overstimulation. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
stimulation.
So I don't blame them too much. It's just I have to live with the consequences of what they do. And it's like, bruh, bruh, they had to restring 2 entire ports. Okay. And they didn't make a big deal about it. It bothered me more. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, how do we prevent this from happening? I need you guys to pay attention. Get it, make sure the target just goes further out. We tried to keep the target close for many because we don't know everyone, right? We do 20 to 25 people per event. And it could be someone with a lot of experience. And yeah, run the target out for me. I'd like to shoot it at 15, 20, 25 yards. I mean, actually, at Gun for Hire, we shoot on a 50-yard range, so we can take it all the way out to 50. And they have a great time. But we want people to win. We want people to feel like they got an accomplishment. So if your anti-gun sister-in-law comes to my event and she's nervous, I want her to be able to at least show the target and she's giddy, because this is the easy part. This is the part that makes them happy, makes them laugh, and makes them smile, but also makes them think. And now they're like, wait a minute, I don't feel evil and I don't have an urge to shoot up a school. I'm just really happy that I was able to shoot this scary thing and get this little tiny group. I'm coming back and I'm bringing all of my friends. I mean, yeah, we could stretch it out, make it into a class, but now that's something totally different, and we're competing with the ranges that are hosting us. It's like, no, if you want to learn how to do this better and take a formal class, come here. But we're showing them there. So yeah, that full auto thing, it works because we were doing it in Pennsylvania. What happened when we were running it at the Heritage Guild in Easton, PA, is they had MP5s and Tommy guns, and their guy from the range, their safety officer would be in the port with the people and talking to them, and he would run it, and that's what they're focused on, right? Just run the full auto and tell them how to do it. And had no incidents as far as no one told me about any. But man, did it chew through my freaking ammo.
Well, I bet. What were you giving them, like 5 rounds or more?
No, they were doing 10, which was cool.
I mean, 10 is a lot.
30. 10 is a lot, but 10 at least gives you the feel of 2 to 3 bursts, or even the full. And it's not going to rise up so much when you got someone behind you with his hand on your back. And they talk to you
9, right? Something in 9.
Yeah, we're talking 9 and 45. Tommy guns don't rise that much because they weigh 11 freaking pounds. Most people don't realize how heavy
somebody
they are.
was letting you shoot a Tommy gun that much? That's nice.
Oh, here's a really cool story about the Tommy gun. So, gun guys, right? So the manager at that time was a gun guy, and he discovered some movie Tommy guns that came up for auction for $15,000 for 8 of them.
Yeah, you got cheap ones. Nice.
So he, being a gun guy, he was like, hey, back in the day, you didn't have to permanently pretty much destroy machine guns for movies props. He was like, so I was thinking, we spend the money, we get the guns in, we contact Car Arms, we buy some 10-inch barrels, and we can make these things viable again. However much they cost, they're not going to be cost as much as we could sell one of these things for with a 10-inch barrel. So he gets it in, and he looks down the barrel, and of course it has a plug in it. Looks like a slot. He sticks the screwdriver in, and just screws it out. All they had was like the threaded muzzle a little bit, and just screwed a piece of metal in. So instantaneously, all of these were viable machine guns.
Yeah,
and by the way, they were made in like 45, 46. They weren't issued. So they'd only been used in movies. So they'd never had rounds ran through them. They never got beat up. They weren't some crap that got surplused in the military.
Oh,
so you had fire. Yeah. So he purchased that for $15,000, and he was really excited. He was like, "Hey,
well, $15,000 times 8, right? More like
no.
You're saying $15,000 for that many of them?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Because it was just buying a lot of these movie props. Yeah. So he got them in and proceeded to get yelled at by the owner for spending that much on the credit card. And he was like, immediately after that, he quit, by the way. He went back at the owner, "You effing idiot. But one of these will sell for $20,000 and I got you 8 of them. You should be thanking me and make me employee of the freaking century."
I thought you said 15 a piece because the last time I heard about Tommy selling was years ago for 26. So yeah.
They were movie props. So they went for 15 grand for these movie props. Well, they weren't. They are movie props, but they were made props according to ATF regulations in 46, which just required a plug in the barrel, and it didn't even have to be welded. It was just screwed in. So he was able to back it out and use the damn guns, and that's how we got to run Tommy Guns diversity shoes, because they were brand new and unused. So you're not going to break them, especially if they haven't been used with anything except blanks.
Yeah.
Nothing is worn out.
Well, there's some fragile-ish parts, but ish, and like after a lot of use, yeah, like not out of the box. That's crazy cool.
The only thing was wrong with the one we had was the magazine retention spring was loose. So when you held it, you pretty much had to hold it by the magazine up front to just make sure it stayed in place and didn't dip. And then all of a sudden, Heritage Guild has multiple guns for rent, Tommy guns for rent, and is not going to break the bank. And they're not worried about breaking them because, well, there's spare parts out there because of Car Arms. There are modern spare parts for these things out there.
Yeah. Those are such a fun gun to shoot too. Outcast is saying they're heavy. Yeah, they're like 8 pounds or more, like more than that. Maybe.
No, they're like 11.
Yeah, they're
11 pounds.
Yeah. So
they're almost to the point of a belt fed.
And it's because they're solid metal, so they're heavy, like in your arms too. It's not like some long rifle that's like heavy because it's got a can out front or something and it's balanced weird. And you gotta like really hold on to it. Like you gotta hold it up off the ground. But you're holding a piece of metal, and they probably had stocks on them. So right away, like actually the stocks are kind of long, so you are kind of pushing it in front of you a little bit. Anyway, what it turns out, like this was made by people who made guns for a living, like they knew what they were doing. So when you're pushing it out in front of you and then shooting it, now the weight which you're holding out in front of you is now helping you keep that recoil down, and that's why they called them the typewriters, because they have a 50 round drum, so you have enough rounds in there to actually do it. So you can draw something. Like they shoot a rate of fire and they don't move that much. So you could definitely get to where you can draw something, create a circle, make a little smiley face or some shit. Like you can draw with them. They're fun. And like a BB gun or something, like they're neat. And the rate of fire, like the recoil impulse, whatever you want to call that, because it's such a heavy thing and because it's a decent round, but it's just a 45. It's not like a huge round or anything. So while it has a big projectile, the cycle isn't very large, so it's not a lot of action in there. You compare it to something like a PKM, which has a 3-4 inch long, cartridge that's the bolt has to be able to open and move. So it's just a much bigger thing happening, and all that's happening in the same amount of space in front of your face. Like it's just so different to shoot a Tommy gun. And then you think of like a Sten, which is a piece of pipe with a littler piece of pipe in it that you're shooting a 9mm inside of, and it shoots like a fire hose. Like it's just squirting out 9mm. So there's you don't even know that it's you just feel like you're pulling the trigger and it's emptying the mag. The Mac 10s and little stuff is like that too. So that Thompson is unique in where it's I think of all, it would be like the most comfortable gun for a new shooter, I think, because I'm trying to say, like, it'd be like a new car, somebody driving a car for the first time and you're giving them like a nice comfortable size Cadillac or something, like a very luxury car that isn't too big and isn't too small, a little bit big, it's not compact, but you're not giving them like a sports car or race car right off the bat. You're not giving them some limousine or something right off the bat. You're giving them like a comfortable, car that's powerful, and they don't understand that you're giving them a lot of car, but they're enjoying it, right? And I think that's the same thing with the Thompson. I think it was even designed for people who didn't have a lot of training and didn't have a lot of understanding. Like it's just intuitive. It's got a couple of like levers and shit, but they're pretty obvious what they're doing. It's not like some guns. If you pick up an MP5, and that can be intimidating to somebody, right? It's like German, so they're like, let's just put fucking buttons on it and levers and right shit and switches and shit, and then make the whole thing look complicated. Like it's going to hurt you by just looking at you if it felt, but a Thompson looks like a piano or like a violin or something, right? Like it looks like something like a mix between a tool and an instrument. Anyway, I think that's just such a great idea for introduction to shooters. Plus, it's straight to full auto. I guess there's going to be people that are going to complain about that, but I guess I'm on the side of maybe starting with a 22 if that's what we're more comfortable with. And then, that's what 9mm is for. It's a gateway caliber. Then they shoot something decent, 357 or 45 or something, so they can see what a big gun is. And then, do you want to shoot full auto? You want to shoot an AR first? Or do you want to just go straight to this Thompson? And then, like they don't have to love World War II or nothing. They can just, like one of them movies, like the Maltese Falcon or something that's just set in World War II. That can understand what a not Thompson is. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to be a war lover to understand what a Thompson is and to understand it's like a good guy's World War II gun. Anyway, I just think it's a cool gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's freaking. Look, I wouldn't want to own one physically because it's a first generation submachine gun. So it's quirky. It has a safety, and it also has a selector separately to go from single shot to full auto. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Yeah, it has the safety, and then it has the selector, and then it has a separate mag release. And it doesn't have an actual mag well. You line the magazine up with a rail and slide it up, and then it locks into the gun. It's not actually a magazine well that it goes into. So it's a lot of first generation things. Fun gun to shoot, kind of frustrating to me to own it. But I guess if you can own the actual real deal, it's less frustrating than having the 16 freaking inch barrel on the freaking weird ass car arms thing, which not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying car arms, but it's Thompson, but it's car arms. Yeah, I guess it's fine if you can have the real thing, but it's not something I'd go, yeah, I definitely want that. My whole thing is an Uzi with the wooden stock. Now that I dig. Old school Uzi with the wooden stock that used to come with it when it first came out. That would be my yeah. So yeah, if you're asking, that's what I dig.
Okay, so like if you're buying a machine gun, what you're buying?
Yeah.
And you're
I realize that.
You're talking classic 80s style with the wood stock, not whatever. What would it be? It used to be IWI. Now it's IMI. No, it was IMI.
Wait a minute,
now it's
IMI. Yeah,
because it was military.
Yeah.
So not an IW, and you want an IMI, a military industries, not an now an IWI. It might look similar, but it's not going to be because they're probably not going to have the same tools, so it can never be exactly the same. Plus, they probably think like, oh, if we wrinkle this a little bit differently, if we just change this, then it's easier for production, or it's better, it's stronger. You know what I mean? It's always going to be a little different, and that is why the old ones are going to retain their value. And all these people that say that the NFA is being, like stifled by machine gun owners, it's ridiculous. Machine gun owners know that their machine guns are going to be worth even more when everyone can own an Uzi, because everyone can own an Uzi, but only some people can own that IMI Uzi from 1986 with the wood stock that everybody really wants. You can buy the one that looks kind of like it, but only certain people can buy this one because they only a certain amount exist. So that aspect is going to be enhanced. Right now, who wants an Uzi? I don't know, some people, right? Because they cost whatever. Well, they used to cost like $9,000. I don't know what they cost now. $17,000 probably, for like a cool Uzi. like the one you're talking about, it's easy. It's probably
Mhm.
close to 20 at this point. I'm assuming. Maybe they're still cheap because there was a lot of Uzis. And there's transferable Uzis. That's the other thing. Some of these things either existed after 86 or there just was never a lot of them. But the Uzis did happen to be a lot of them. Because back then you could just buy an Uzi and spend the $25 and convert it and just do the stupid NFA, just like we do with a suppressor now. And now you got a full auto. Like, people don't remember that's what it was like pre 86. We don't. We lived
Mhm.
that, but nobody did it because just nobody did it because
Yeah.
nobody cared. No one knew it was going away. And then some people did it and had a lot of fun, but nobody else bothered. And people, it was the same kind of thing. Like, somebody would do it and go through all the effort and then let their friends shoot it. So like their friends never bothered, because they had a friend
Yep.
that had it. So it's like annoying. Like, it's one of those things you didn't know was going away. But anyway, yeah, I think that's a good option. My thing with the Uzis is I like the middle, the mini Uzi, not the pistol. The
Mhm.
pistol's okay. I like the full size. Don't get me wrong. I really like both stocks too. The folding stock is, I mean, I probably would vote for the folding stock personally because it's so awesome, but I totally understand the wooden one. It's a totally different thing. And when you take the wooden one off, you have a cool Uzi pistol. When you have the folding one, you never take it off. It's always on there. So it folds, whatever, but it's never off.
Yeah. It's different vibes with the Uzi, right?
Yeah.
Because it's different time period. It's the freaking Suez Canal crisis, 6 Day War Uzi, from early movies of that time frame that had the Uzi. What is it? What's geese? Wild geese. The movies about the freaking mercenaries in Africa. That's that Uzi. Then you have the Uzi with the folding underfolded stock from the '80s action movies, and from John Wayne. No, that was a Mac 10. That was a Mac 10. But yeah, you had that Snake Eyes in the early GI Joe Uzi. That's that Uzi. So yeah, it's different vibes, man. Same gun.
For sure. And then I was blown away the first time, since we're talking Uzis, I was blown away because the Bob that owned the gun shop that I hung out at all the time, he was a super fan of Uzis. He had a bunch of them. And the first time somebody brought in a Uzi bayonet, I was blown away because I didn't even know they had bayonets. And have you seen them? They look sort of like Aura knife. They just kind of look, they kind of look like a knife more than anything. They don't look like a bayonet or anything cool or wicked or anything. They just kind of look like a knife, but sure enough, they clip on the front. And with the wooden stock, that's when I really fell in love with the wooden stock. I'm like, I always wondered why they made this wooden stock so robust. I mean, I get it, it's a military thing or whatever, but it's kind of overbuilt. But then I'm like, oh, because the Uzi, you can smash somebody in the face with an Uzi. I wouldn't want to be smashed in the face with an Uzi. I don't care what it like. They're strong guns. That's the reason they're so heavy. But you put a bayonet on it, and then it's like, I don't really want to be in front of somebody with a Uzi with a wood stock who's pissed, because everything about that, even though it's 9mm, everything about that. Here's the other thing: it could also be 45 or 10, or wait, do they make them at 10? I think they made it at 45, 41, 9. But it could be some other color.
Yeah.
But whatever. With the stock, with the bayonet on it, though, it was pretty wicked. And it wouldn't be for like war. It would be for like, you're in an airport, you're not going to mess with that guy. And you're in a hallway or whatever with some guy with an Uzi with a bayonet, like, he owns the hallway. You concede to that.
But you're taking that out.
But I, like you say, I like the ones where what's his face, Clint Eastwood, no, Chuck Norris had the ones under his armpits in Invasion USA, the medium sized one. I think maybe those were pistols, but I like the medium sized one. But I would like a Mac 10. So for me, it's going to be a Mac 10. And hopefully somebody downscales the Mac 10 380 into 22 for me, or in 25. That would be amazing. The 25 version of the Mac. So it's like a 33/8 scale or something.
Nice.
But I really like the Macs. They're just folded metal. They squirt the rounds out. You can get different uppers because they have like an upper and a lower. So you can just change out the upper and kind of tune them to be slower, like a Thompson, or faster, like a Sten. Actually, you can't get them much faster than a Mac 10 anyway, but you can make them kind of smoother. You can get longer uppers. So people have seen these. I'm sure that like put like an AR grip on the front just so there's something to hold if that's your preference. But I really like just holding them like a pistol and squirting them. They're super fun. And they're crude. Like they're one step. They're just super easy to make. Like they're just folded metal, you know. I mean, not easy to make in your garage or something. You probably technically could, but I just mean like in production. I like the AK simple versus the like German, you know, over machine. Like takes a lot of complicated effort to make it type of thing. ARs are kind of
Yep.
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean they are, and even I mean, but when you get something that's low back operated and could be made in a bike shop, like a Sten, like the Mac 10, it's like real easy layup, and that's why in America will never really be disarmed.
No.
We have a tradition of this, and that's what we have to keep alive. And that's why I'm glad to be doing diversity shoots, because it allows people that live in a state like New Jersey that grew up without firearms and without a firearms culture to step into this thing as an adult without feeling silly, without feeling, you know, without being on vacation in Florida or something, because that's the only time those people would have an invite like we have. And it's like, yeah, let's bring it. Oh, Rod of Steel from last year.
Is this last year?
Oh, is it last year or is it this year?
No, this is this year's. Yeah.
Okay.
This is coming up
Yeah.
because this is their 250th. I'm sure that they're super patriotic, so I'm guessing they're going to dig the whole 250th anniversary this year.
Yeah, I'm still not invited as a speaker. Oh, well. If I'm not busy, I'll come.
They got a lot of people up there.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they gave me the list last year, again, as media, because I could interview all these people. And it just didn't work out with my timing. And this year I may be hosting the Diversity Shoot in Florida around that time frame.
How does this? I didn't realize there's Justin Moon and then Pastor Sun Moon. Is that how you say that?
Yep.
Sun Moon. Is one of them the son of the other, or are they brothers?
I'm thinking they're brothers, but I'm just making an assumption.
I'm only saying that because it seems like I talked to this guy before, but that would have been like 20 years ago. So I'm wondering if this guy is this guy's son, and I'm remembering talking to his dad 20 years ago or something.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I've spoken to Justin last year. Yeah, I spoke to him at his booth. He's gonna. He was at Goals. He was at the first Goals. Justin at the car owners booth because they had the 50 cal there. Who is this guy?
The guy says it's an author of a book about China. Particular show
okay.
China, Korea.
China.
I don't know who this guy is. Founder of Early Vote Action.
So he was doing a real push, getting people registered to vote. I think he's a Republican. I don't know if he's gay, but he's real feminine sounding.
Okay.
Long hair. I don't know. I just didn't know him, and there were a lot of pro 2A people. He was at the Great American Outdoor Show registering people to vote, and which is always good. And just a guy who looks like that and who sounds effeminate usually isn't what people expect to be at the Great American Outdoor Show trying to get people to register to vote. And he's pro 2A and all of that. Again, makes no difference. His, what do you call it? Sexual orientation.
Events like this, though, are often bring together people that are like, especially this event, is like political as much as it's guns. So, like, this guy is a author. Like, that doesn't make me want, unless he's like also some gun advocate that I don't know about. This guy is just some politician, I suspect. So, what I mean? Like, they may be pro-gun, but that doesn't mean they shoot guns or that they know nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, we don't hate guns. So if you're on our side, welcome.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need you to be in lockstep. Just don't be for taking my rights away over some emotional, or at least either emotional ignorance and emotions that are easily manipulated, or check.
A check, exactly. Well, the thing is too, that also shows that they're pro us, but they're also, at least they're in listening to what we're saying about stuff. So they're also understanding more, because some people can be pro gun and not show up, right? Be pro gun on
Yep.
paper, pro gun vote. So New
Oh,
York Outcast is saying that they're brothers and that the dad passed away and then the family separated from the mom. That makes sense because the dad was whatever. Was that in Korea? Wherever they came from, wherever the,
Korean.
I'm going to say the religion. Is that being kind?
Yeah.
Because they used to not be kind. But anyway, wherever that was, they left. And then I think that was what I understood it as, like, to say, hey, Dad, we're going to do something different with your money. Guess what? We're starting a gun company. I didn't realize they were brothers. But I knew that they came to the United States and were separated from the rest of that family. So I suppose if whenever the father passed, that it would make sense that, you know, they would stay over here and not just kind of be separated or whatever. But yeah, so that's a little gossip side of it or whatever. But that's cool. I thought, you know, again, I'm not a political person, but I dig events that allow political people to mix with the gun people, and we're not like the token, like we also like guns and here's our token gun person, you know. Like I know this guy is their border guy. He was the guy that was in Border Patrol in Texas and everything. I've heard of him before. Obviously, gun people. These other people, though, like I guess Mark Walters is a gun person, but you know, unless these people are gun people and I just don't realize it, I suspect these are like Republican or like writer, right? Like, well, Stephen Williford, right? Like I would call him like a coincidental or like like he didn't ask for it, but he took on the role of advocate. You know what I mean? Like, so some of these people might be that kind of thing, and I just don't know. But I appreciate that they have events like this, like I say, for like, because now somebody who's like, I'm super Republican and this and that, but oh, guns, okay, I like guns. I've been to an event where there was guns and it didn't bother me, or like I understand more about them or whatever now. So, and plus, like, I wouldn't want to go there. Like, I don't really want to hear everybody say like, oh, Republicans are so great or whatever. Like, probably Trump, right? I'm assuming. I didn't see nothing on here about Trump, but I'm guessing everybody on here is like super Trump. So, you know, I mean, like, I don't necessarily want to go hang out and listen to people tell me about how great Trump is all day, but I'm glad they can get together and do it. I don't want to, you know, I don't hate on being able to do that. Hopefully, I don't think something like this, nobody's going to get a push either, right? Like, nobody's going to get like, oh, you're pro-gun, but you are willing to vote this way. Like, no, you're pro-gun. That means you want to vote this way. Like, here's why you want to vote our way. Like, here's what's important about what you said wrong there. Although I'm guessing most of these people are cool, right? Like they wouldn't be invited if they're, well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they do invite people that are, what do you call it? Like even anti, that are willing.
No, they don't. They said they weren't. Okay. Intentionally. They were like, we want this to be a pro-gun celebrate us thing. And I 100% agree. Everything doesn't have to continually be reaching across the aisle and educating the other side. Every event doesn't have to be that. Yeah. Sometimes you can just have a family event. You know what I mean?
You kind of need to know. You need to have events that are inside a family, either side, right? Both sides, just to keep the family in line and to keep it, like I say, so that people aren't like, hey, you're being a Yahoo, you dumbass. Like, just because you got a pickup truck and a gun doesn't make you right about your gun shit. Like, here's, you know, keep your shit in line.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was part of the you know, as one of the people that got invited, they said they intentionally invited people who were pro 2A, media that was pro 2A. They have other things that they, you know, invite people that aren't, but this ain't it. Oh, I don't even know if they have things that is pro 2A. I mean, asking the other side, because you don't have to. Everything doesn't have to be like that. They're like, no, we're pro 2A 100%. We own a freaking gun company.
I don't think they push religion at this one, but I'm sure there's religious people here. And then I'm sure that they're not pushing Republican on you, but I don't think there's much Democrat stuff here.
Yeah, I don't think there's.
I got the impression it was a real Republican thing. Maybe it's just because of the guests being so many politicians.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's based on the guest list.
So the speaker is that Pressler. And then conservative activist and founder of Early Vote Action, and he's winning some award. And then Gun Auctioneer, maybe Friends of the NRA.
Oh, Scott Pressler. Okay, that's his name, Scott Pressler.
Yeah.
I know he was out there and he was doing the rounds. He was on Gun for Hire radio. I mean, hey, put in the freaking work, and that's good for me. I like people that actually put in advocacy work. Obviously.
Then we got Ryder, guy who's from Gun Owners of America. Gun rights are women's rights. Then you got Amanda, Mark Walters, Firearms Owners Against Crime, Grassroots Industry Liaison. Oh, Stephen Walford is what they're saying he is. That Gun Talk LLC. So NAGA, that state, probably Pennsylvania. Then you got an Army veteran, Man in America. I don't know what that means. It's probably a podcast or something. Somebody who publishes a magazine. Political community leader in Florida, community leader in Connecticut. Panel discussion. It's not even as political as I was envisioning. It's pretty much guns and a couple other things, but pretty much half guns, I would say, if not more.
Cool.
But it's only one day. I think in the past it had been multiple days, right? And maybe that's why
I thought so too. I thought it was 2 days. Anyway, whatever.
Doesn't get as much attention as anybody else for sure. And I don't know, if it's time of the year or conflicts, or they also don't run theirs the same way as others. Some people pay people to go to theirs, and some people make it a popularity thing, so people are trumping to get at it and that kind of thing. So people like the NRA are just flopping around doing it, so they're just doing it because they can or they have to, or what I mean, like it's just going to happen. So this one's a little bit different. I think they're going to do it no matter how big it gets, and I think it's just a matter of how much they have, how many resources they have to devote to it, how big they want to make it, right?
Yep.
But I we technically got on that, but we talked about that for a bit. I think the next one though is, probably the next one is KD, Train and Learn, the end of the month.
Yep, KD is at the end of the month.
Guns, Girl and a Gun is happening this weekend. It's like happening right now. Yeah. I don't even talk about it as much. I think I respect it. I like it. But the thing is, since it's not open to dudes for one, and it's sexist, but it's allowed sexism, I guess. It's not allowed, it's not for guys. But it's also, you got to be in the club, and like at this point, I forget when they do the announcement. Whenever you see them do the announcement, it's usually like, okay, registration is open. Okay, record time. It took like 17 minutes for everyone to register. You know what I mean? So it's like you don't really have a chance. If you're going, you're going, and if you're not going, there's really no point. So I don't really put it on the calendar. And that's the debate: is like, is it a private event? Kind of is a private event, except I'm also proud of it as an industry, and I do not like it when I have to hear. I mean, I got sick of it years ago, but I still hear it all the fucking time. Guess what? Women are half of the gun owners, or half of the gun buying owners, or guess what? Women are buying guns. And it's like, oh, come on. Like, yeah, after like whatever, 2020, 2018, probably, like women have started buying guns. Like we all know that. We know that.
Yeah.
The gun industry has to tell everybody it all fucking time. But anyway, that's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, we know. Guess what? They can't even make a facility large enough for all the girls in just one of the clubs that get together. But anyway, so that event's happening this weekend, and it's pretty neat. But I don't really advertise it because it doesn't need advertising anymore. Other than I think we're taking it for granted. Let's put it that way. Like even though it involves, oh man, I forgot now. I want to say 7,000 ladies, but I don't think it's that big. However many thousands of ladies it involves, we take it for granted. And oh man, I just seen an interview with somebody. I was watching interviews from NRA, and there was a lady who's like, we need more we need more organizations for ladies because the ones that exist are full, or something like that, essentially. And I was like, oh, I guess that's a good position to be in, right? Like that, there's just like with the shooting sports, like we need a new shooting sport than we need to shut down another shooting sport because nobody's showing up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I was at NRA, of course, saw Robin, gave her a hug, really like her, Robin Sandoval, Girl in a Gun. And it's awesome. But I didn't interview her this time. Not because I have anything against her. It's just I think she's freaking super well known, and her
She's like a
organization is well known.
exactly. And it's sad that if she isn't established, if people don't know it, it's sad. But she is established. All right.
Oh,
Like,
very
that's the way
much
to
so.
say it. Like, she's a proven her shit. It's gotten to be huge. It hasn't declined. Like, the only thing it has yet to do is decline and fall away, which everything eventually will happen, right? I don't want to wish it on them or nothing. I like what they're doing. They're still on their way up.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, until that happens, that's the next time they'll get news, though, because they're not new anymore, and they've breaking all the fucking records there are to break. Now they are literally just creating new ground. And just like the women on Target, nobody looks at that hardly ever. Is it women on Target, or is it the one with the truck at SHOT Show? You know, they have, like, when you first walk into the right, I think it's women. It is
No,
women on
it's not
Target
women.
mixed with.
No,
it's not Girl in a Gun. It's the pink one.
No, it's Shoot Like a Girl.
Shoot Like a Girl. Thank you. I knew it was a hunted
Shoot Like
one,
a Girl.
and I know it was pink.
Miss
But
Butler,
exactly, we
Kathy
take them
Butler.
for granted because
Karen
we're
Butler.
right there at SHOT Show every year, and we like, oh yeah, that's the I've interviewed them before, so now I'm going to walk past them. I haven't interviewed them before. And it's sad,
So
but it's also good because that means that we're taking them for granted, which we should be if we're part of the industry. But
Well, my whole thing is, these people are friends of mine, right? Like they I see them every year. Karen Butler, she will Shoot Like a Girl. They are all pivotal to me in my process as advocacy, because of course, I've been inviting women to diversity shoots from the frickin' beginning, and I had no problem approaching the women that were doing that kind of thing, going, "Hey, my name is Tony. This is what I'm doing. How do I get more women in my events?" Like I went to them particularly to speak to them about getting more women to attend. I went to Cheryl Todd. I went to Karen Butler for Shoot Like a Girl. I went to Robin Sandoval for Girl in a Gun. I went to Diana. I need help because I want women in my events. How do I do it? And they helped me and they gave me advice. So it's never like, I'm taking them for granted as if I'm blowing them off. I'm like, no, they're pivotal for me being here. Like, and I make no bones about it. And I got their back, and whatever else you want to say about them, I care about these people deeply. And so that's, just to straighten up, if you say, why didn't you interview her? You don't interview every friend you have. And I consider these people friends. But if they want to announce something, or if she wants to be on, or heck, I mean, truthfully, filling out the time, but she's always busy. She was walking around talking to people. She had some appointments. And it's just great seeing them, and I'm glad it's taken off. I'm glad they're kicking ass, and I can't wish more good wishes and good vibes upon them than I already do. Hell, I can't believe I'm part of their world.
I've always thought it's commendable that you let the girls shoot. So that's
okay.
So since we're talking about events, and I was over here clicking on stuff, and I noticed that this just showed up on my feed. I must have scheduled it. I think I schedule these things out once a month until they happen, so that spread the word about them or whatever. I thought this one happened later on in the year, but evidently it's happening at the end of this month, and basically same time as KD. I think, right? Wasn't he doing the same weekend?
Memorial Day weekend,
30th. Yeah. So I was trying to look. Yeah, I think it's the Saturday. So I think there's simultaneous. But anyway, totally different part of the country, different thing. Then it's a new thing, and I think it's from Second Amendment Foundation, but it's really from Citizens Committee, I think. But yeah, it's from the Citizens Committee, which is this left arm. It's like the Second Amendment Foundation is nonprofit for probably like founding either fundraising or education or something. And whenever you're nonprofit for one thing, I don't think you can be nonprofit for other things. So they created another organization to be nonprofit for like
Hmm.
education, I think. Anyway, so they call that the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms,
Yep.
CCRKRB. Anyway, whatever the hell it is. And it's the Second Amendment Foundation. So they're doing a thing for the first time this year in Massachusetts. So Chicopee, Massachusetts. I don't know where the hell that is. So I'm going to put it in my map just out of curiosity. You have any idea where that is? Have you know, you're on that
I
country?
don't know exactly where it is, but I got invited out there, but I'm going to be a training line.
So that's what I was going to
John
find. I was going to ask you.
Yeah, John Petrolino is actually on the board with them. Penn Patriot, friend of mine, everything. He was out at the last diversity shoot in Lakewood. And yeah, it kind of sucks because so much has happened at one time. Can't be at them all.
I'll type in that shit in here. So, well, when they put them on the same weekend, it's very difficult to be at all of them. And that's happened in the past when I was trying to travel. Every once in a while, something would be on the same weekend. I think it's bullshit, honestly, because they all want people's attention. And when you put things on the same weekend, it means that the viewers, the people that are out there paying attention, are only going to be able to watch one thing live at a time, too. And there's just no need. We have 52 freaking weekends. Anyhow, I'm just looking where this is because I was curious, and it is like basically. Oh, do I still screen share? It's here. It's in the middle of Massachusetts, I guess. It's not on the edge of it or anything. It's by Springfield, Massachusetts, I guess. So it's closer to you than it is to me, but it's not like it's near you either. Right? Like that would take a while to drive over there. Oh, did you see where I had it? Or see where it was? Where do you know where Springfield, Massachusetts is?
Nope, never been there. No, not at all. It'd be great to go, but again, I'm gonna be doing something else somewhere else. Maybe one day. There's just a lot, man. It's hilarious because advocacy is awesome, but also the ability to say no has to be factored in there too.
Again, that's their fault for having things conflicting on the same weekend. It's messed up. But what is it? So it's the CCRKRB or whatever doing this at a conference. So it's sort of like the gun rights policy conference, right? And then it's New England focused and it's firearms advocacy, all right? And then it says, where join us together, we'll get some of the top minds and staunchest advocates from the New England states. We'll discuss legislation, litigation, lobbying, and more. So right off the bat, the things that I'm not trying to bitch on this, but at the same time, I want to look at it like a clinical dissection instead of just somebody who's hyping it up or shitting on it. Because you don't need somebody hyping it up when it's garbage, and you don't need somebody shitting on it when it's awesome, right? So let's see. Speakers are to include Second Amendment giants, legislators, attorneys, and content creators. All right. I don't know how else they're supposed to invite, so that's fine. And they're definitely trying to be inclusive, it looks like. Participants will be provided with coffees, pastries, and lunch, all right, as well as a program packed with high-quality presentations and speakers. So it definitely sounds like a gun rights policy conference. If you need a hotel, we'll block some for $175 a night, which is, I suppose, decent in Massachusetts, probably. Last day to book is already passed, and then who cares about the hotel address? General admission is $25, and then it says happy hour. So it's like the gun rights policy conference. It sounds like, in that they're going to have like something like it says something about presentations and speakers, and then it says happy hour. So that's basically the recipe for gun rights policy conference, except instead of being multiple days, it's one day. And I'm okay with that, I guess. I don't have a problem with it other than it's too far away for me to get to it. And, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. So if it's anything like the gun rights policy conference, they may or may not present the presentations or offer the presentations online, either live streaming or recorded, but they will not send a crew, since even though they're inviting content creators, they will not encourage those content creators, nor will they solicit specific content creators to archive the event, which makes no sense because even like movies and sports and stuff, there's usually somebody looking behind the scenes who's there, whose job is to document the event, right? Why don't we do that? Does it cost something? No, because you could get somebody to do that for free. But anyway, so that's frustrating, is that we won't really know what happens here other than, like you said, John. I'm pretty sure Charlie's going. I'm pretty sure Toby's going. I don't see a list. Like, I was hoping that there'd be a list of shit here. There's nothing. There's like a map and a way to sign up. But anyway, this is like, all I did is search for it, so it's not like I don't think I'm at the wrong place. But anyway, I'm curious to see what it's going to be all about, because I was a contender for splitting the Gun Rights Policy Conference into one that's presentations to the gun community and one that's presentations to the non-gun owners, either researchers or skeptics or press, right? So one where like gun owners talking to the other, and then one where gun owners talking to ourselves, because it's two separate conversations and it's schizophrenic to try to put them in. And they don't do it like Saturday is one and Sunday is the other, which would also, I guess, work, but they don't do that. They shuffle a deck, and this presentation is for non-gun owners, and the next for gun owners, and you don't know what this one is, and the next one is for for non-gun owners probably, and it just makes it frustrating to watch and useless as far as content goes. So if they're just going to repeat that with this, then I'm frustrated. And the fact that they're charging everyone to be there and to pay for their happy hour means that it's not coming out of the big pile of money that Gun Owners America and Gun Rights Policy or whatever, not Gun Owners America, Second Amendment Foundation and CCRKRB have. Then what's up with that? Like, if it's just going to be some new trend in like you got to pay for your own conference, then why is there that pile of money? And if the other thing, I'll just to quit bitching, is that when it says we'll discuss legislation, litigation, lobbying, and then and more, I guess, is supposed to encompass everything else. But I want to see changing, like maybe add community building in there, or like real life community building, and then online community building, like whatever you call, like reaching across the aisle, like bringing more people into the community, like especially in the eastern states where you're actually dealing with this shit. Sitting around suing each other, is that really going to change minds? Like, you need to change some minds, or am I wrong? Like, that means that I would think in 2026, changing minds, moving that fucking, what do you call that thing? We just talked about the mirror.
Overton window.
Window. the window, right? Like, that would be, I would think, central to like changing fucking shit up. Like, if it's just more of the same, then don't waste our time and don't charge us for it. Like, make it free and make it easy. I don't want to bitch, but at the same time, I'm also very skeptical / like, I want to see us do better. And I don't, I'm doing the same thing over and over isn't doing better. It's just doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, that's my whole thing, is bringing people in, bringing new people in, talking to new people, trying not to have them be intimidated. So when we have events, it's like, hey, if you're new to advocacy, come to this. But if you are not so into advocacy, you still have things to talk about here. You still have people to meet and things to do. Some of the stuff has to be changed at how it's advertised. Like, we had some dynamic speakers at Goals both years, but how would you know that? So this year, what they're doing is putting out some short clips of the speakers from last year, from the last 2 years. And hopefully they'll bring in more people to sit in that room, because I'm not saying the room was empty. I'm just saying it had so many seats available that even if 100 people showed up, it looks kind of empty. I mean, when you have something in a 500 person auditorium, 100 people showing up is like, and it's like, but you have thousands of people on the other side of that wall walking through the gun show part of it. I mean, almost like NRA.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Was frustrating. I put up a thing. I don't know if you've seen it. I put up like a blog post with as many of the links as I could find so far from the Radio Row or whatever they called it. Like, all
Hmm.
over there to actually interview and stuff. Because, that's the stuff that doesn't get whatever pushed on YouTube or whatever. Or, that's not stuff people are searching for. So it doesn't show up as hardly. There's a couple of people that made shorts from that stuff, but most of those people just put it up on their channels or whatever. So I just wanted to help spread it, spread it around. But that's the frustrating part is, whatever the percentage is, 10%, 20%, if we're lucky, of the people that are paying attention to the show, which is not the whole gun community, but, of the people paying attention to the show, a few of them are going to pay attention to the interviews and stuff. And it's a super useful and important part of it. It's going to happen no matter what, but it doesn't get promoted or featured, I guess, right? Like brought up as
Yeah, it does. I
and the
mean,
thing is, I guess my thing, let me rant a little bit more, is that I've always said like gun shows have been one of my big things, and it's because it brings the community together. We get to see each other because we rarely get to do that. Like, not that many people go to the range. Like, we love to talk about how much we hate ranges and shit. People like to bitch about how much they hate gun shows. People that used to go to gun shows used to bitch about how much they hated gun shows, and that shit on gun shows enough that they're like losing in, popularity or whatever, and their attendance, I guess the word, and they're falling away compared to what it used to be. So this is an opportunity to bring people together in a big way that people that'll never consider going to a gun show. We have all this good stuff from a gun show, like bringing people together. And I think what you're talking about is certainly a big element of it. Like sitting down and all understanding, like we all just got the same presentation. There's value to that. Like we just took it for granted when we were all young, and it just happened all the time, like being in a classroom together and stuff. I guess young people are going to start taking this for granted soon because classrooms will be more and more remote, right? But because I'm sure, like as you get into college and stuff, you don't even have to go to school anymore. I'll bet you can do most of your classes from your dorm room and shit remotely after all that bullshit, right? So just coming together and having that many people in a room that can then, like, what did you get from this, and have a little circle of conversation, and whatever you're talking about, you're hearing what some of the other conversations are about, right? And in that, bringing people together, I think there's such value in that. And yeah, attracting a lot of people would be awesome, but how do you do that? And that's, I guess, one of the reasons I'm frustrated at these events, that they all seem to be following the same bullshit recipe of either SHOT or NRA. And if that worked, SHOT and NRA would be awesome and big, and everybody would love them. But instead, they're huge because they're the only thing that exists, but they're not as big as they could be because they don't look up. They just, pulled out the game plan from last year. Everything that we bitch about the antis, they pull out the game plan and they repeat. They might not have the same game plan every year because, for variety or for like, they understand that they have to switch it up a little bit, but they only have like 5 plays. So if you stand around for a little while, you figure out, oh yeah, they don't really have a lot of variety here. They only know how to do about 4 things each. Some states' laws don't help the gun show culture. I can't buy any handguns at a gun show. Oh, for sure. Like, for sure. And that's one of the reasons, like, the other states ought to, and they used to lean into gun shows, because then people would travel from the shitty states to go to gun shows in the cool states, right? That was like a feature, not a, or was a perk, right? Not a flaw, or whatever they say. But when gun shows are shitty, and then that also helped kill gun shows, because people that came from states where like you couldn't get ammo or you couldn't get barrels or something, I'm sure if you went to like gun shows near those states, they were probably lame with like just ammo and just barrels and stuff. But at the same time, we're not doomed to all gun shows have to be the same. That's kind of the fun thing about them, is they're every whatever month, every so often, how periodically when they come to an arena, they can develop and change, and the audiences get so much influence on that. It's crazy. But you're right that there are sometimes laws or things against them having a gun show, and that can be annoying. That's why gun shows existing helps prevent those kind of laws from existing in the first place. It's kind of a which comes first, the chicken or the egg. But if you remove gun shows, then they can certainly put those laws into place, and now gun shows can never come back. There's a couple of gun shows that I know of that only exist. The promoters only do them because if they stop, then the laws change and say that you can never have a gun show again. And there was like the Tucson Convention Center here when this girl who was the daughter of the guy who started doing gun shows there, when she stopped doing gun shows, like their grandfather clause or whatever went away, and you can't have gun shows there anymore. I think that's how it works. So yeah, that sucks when that kind of shit happens, and it's just it's whatever. It's the nature of shit. But I'll quit ranting.
Well, it's also the nature of stuff for people to take whatever they have for granted. Oh, gun shows suck. All you got to do is have a bunch of people with overpriced guns. I know what I got. And I'm like, okay, stupid. Well, now they banned gun shows, and you can't have them anymore because it died out because there was no culture for it there. So now it's gone bye-bye. Another touchstone to the Second Amendment that was gotten rid of because you mother effers got jaded. It ain't like the antis were so great. All they had to wait is for you to kill your own thing.
Oh yeah, it's frustrating. And the thing is, how do you prevent that? One way to prevent that is to rent a table at the show and have something cool. Because I've seen that happen. I worked with promoters and I worked with shows and stuff. So for years, I would see like, just things come and go, and then you'd see people who are like, fuck it, I'm going to have a thing with my sharpener or like my knife sheath or something. And, pretty soon they're like, what do you call it? Like an anchor of the show. People show up, they don't have to have a shop because people show up at the show to buy their shit. And then they're showing up and buying it. Like, I'm buying this because I know that, like truckers or something will show up and be like, I know that this show is the one you show up at. So I need like 12 because I told my friends about them. And you get shit like that. I've seen that kind of shit over and over, dude, with like holsters or stuff that people make, right? Like stuff that's you're only going to find somewhere. And people don't even think about truckers and all that. Like the people that I think of truckers, but there's traveling salesmen, whatever, like people that are like, think of Rob Pincus, people like that, who's like trainers and stuff, like people whose lives are on the road. They're being able to touch in at different gun shows around the country. I mean, I can't even imagine. That's probably how we got half the parts and like half of the innovation that happened before the internet. What do you mean half? Probably like most of the innovation. Well, probably half, right? The other half would have been at the actual shoots themselves, like at the matches and the meets and the different ranges and stuff. But the other half of it was at gun shows because, you can't. What's the odds of somebody showing up at a gun shop just when the supplier is going to be there or just when a district, like every once in a while that probably spark happened. But at a gun show, you can have a table set up that's talking about so-and-so kind of shooting at the so-and-so range. And now somebody comes along and goes, oh, I didn't know that range was there. I mean, so many interconnections are happening, probably even more so than what happens on the internet because the internet stuff is sort of combed and filtered, I guess, like you're only getting what you want or what you ask for. Where at a gun show, you're kind of surfing, right? You're like walking along and like, I had no idea this gun existed because now here's a table that some guy is so proud of it. He has like 100 of them here. Sorry, reminiscent about gun shows.
Yeah, but I mean, why? You don't think, going to a Jersey gun show, if they ever had them, where you can look at pictures of guns? There's a book on guns.
Dude, I've been to lots of gun shows. I've been to a California gun show where you're right. Like I don't think they could touch the guns unless there must have been a provision or something, but like regular people couldn't pick them up. The gun shop would only bring like 2 or 3 sample guns. And then the things that they could sell, which is like, gun locks, like it's sad. But at the same time, they, it's gun owners radio is putting it on. So they're, saying F you, city of San whatever it is, San Diego. We are going to have a gun show here, even though you make it so that it seems like we wouldn't want to. And then they turned it into lots of training and classes and giveaways and stuff to encourage people to show up that might not have been 100% into the guns, but maybe were interested in like radios or learning about first aid or some of the other stuff. They had like clinics and stuff there. And then they had it at this like, I don't know what to call it, like almost like a little convention center, I guess is the way to describe it, where it was like in the community. You could tell like a lot of things happen there, like, the skateboard shit happens there probably, and like boat stuff, and like you can tell a lot of it's like a community known place. It's not like some obscure place in the middle of nowhere. And even though it was like, I know most people would consider it a pathetic gun show. I don't like to say that because it was like, a fight. It was like an earned gun show, even though they had to comply with a lot of stupid restrictions. Yeah,
Well,
it still
I
has
like it.
tons of value.
See, some of us see that as a loss, and I totally get it. But understand, when you come from a place like I do, in situations like we're in here, where someone's always trying to shut you down, what it forces you to do is think outside the box. When people go, "Oh, how did you get in the Second Amendment advocacy? Were you always in the guns?" Yeah, I was always in the guns, but it had nothing to do with me becoming an advocate. You put me in a place where they tried to crush my rights, and it pissed me off, and I was not having it. And yeah, I attended other people's events, but I came up with this event because there wasn't one. And it's like, that's what happens when you radicalize people into the point that they start fighting back for their rights, and they will turn anything into lemonade. And that's what that ended up doing. Yeah, gun shows could be pretty boring if you're not into firearms. But you tell me I can't have firearms at my gun show? All right, cool. I'm having community classes. I'm having freaking dance offs. I'm having arm wrestling. I'm having this. I'm having that. And I'm having a bunch of Second Amendment speeches. And I'm letting people know what they lost. And I'm bringing in Second Amendment organizations. And I'm turning this into what probably would have been a boring gun show only for gun people into a community event that's going to get people that never touched a gun before to meet a bunch of people that own guns and find out where their local shop is and who's their firearms trainer. Yeah, congratulations, stupid. You turned this into a recruiting event.
That would be cool. I don't know how you'd make that happen, but again, I look at the three-letter organizations that have the resources and the reach to, to find people who have ideas and can make something, facilitate something like this. But I like that idea a lot, dude. Like having, not call it a gun show, I don't think. Maybe there is a reason to call it a gun show, but to call it like, you know what it would call it? San Diego Gun Owners is about to have their gun prom. But did they invite you to the prom?
Oh, I've been invited to the prom all the time. It's just, again.
Yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, just fly across the entire country for like a weekend or whatever. But again, it is, I think that would be the way to do it, is to like, and I thought as soon as I heard it the first time, that they didn't make it, they didn't invent it. It came from somewhere back east, I think. It was the first time it existed on the internet. But, and then they've been doing it periodically, and then some other places have done it. But I think franchising that or capitalizing, whatever you call, like or whatever, like making that a bigger thing. Franchising is the only word I can think of, but across the country, because that it would be like guns are the reason we're here, but we're here to have like a sort of like an NRA dinner. You've been to one of those before, I'm sure. The Friends of the NRA, one of the ways they fundraise is to bring people together for like, I've been to cheap ones and I've been to fancy ones, but some kind of catered event where you eat dinner or whatever, and that's usually the center of it. The reason you're showing up is to eat, so it's usually the food is the focus, and then they'll have like a bunch of different stuff that's donated to them that you'll silent bid on or whatever they call that, and then you sit around eating. They have a bunch of presentations and they start to tell you who won all the stuff. People come up and get all their cool shit, and it's just a super fun event. People that want to spend money can, spend their money in front of people so that everybody's happy, that wants to brag about how much they're giving the NRA, and the NRA wins because, that happens. The same thing with any kind of bidding, especially when the bidding's for a good cause. People are going to brag to each other with their money, and it's super fun. And you can go home and go, I can't believe that gun shop bought like a whole table or like that kind of thing. And then it was fun for us because we'd be there with the gun shop having a table. And so you'd have like a table of 5-10 people or whatever it is, and you'd have like your 3 to 5 people from the gun shop. So that means you can invite some of your best customers or something to sit at your table. So there's always that kind of fucking shit. And then you'd be like, oh, did you see who sat at the other table? That kind of thing. And then there's, so there's all this like stuff going on. Have something like that. Maybe probably without the gun part, or maybe with the gun part, whatever is appropriate. But then you like let regular people see how regular gun people are, right? And then just have dinner and dancing and fucking off, and just the regular stuff that happens, and then make that a regular thing, right? Like what they say, like normalize the gun prom, so that whatever by a date or a week, some weekend or something, everybody does their gun proms. And yeah, I think that would be cool as shit, because then what you'd get is, it wouldn't be like, it'd be kind of like that 2019 rally. I'm trying to remember the years.
The one in DC.
Yeah, the DC rally, where it was everything, right? Like non-partisan, or no, it wouldn't be like a GOA is telling you to the gun prom. It's not like an NRA gun prom. It's just go to the gun prom, and also the sports. Like you could go to gun prom as like cowboy. You could go to gun prom as like a steel shooter. You could go to gun prom as like IPSC, whatever. Like whatever your flavor is, you go to gun prom. So now you start to see how big the community is, and then maybe the gun proms just try to raise money. Like, hey, we've got whatever, all these people getting together, and the money we raised stays local and goes to some range, or like improve something, or the parking lot somewhere, and just everybody can have a good time. And then you could invite your non-gun friends to this thing. The non-gun press could show up at this thing. I like this whole idea. We should have this gun prom be a franchise thing. But doesn't that seem like a thing? Like, now you're actually just normalizing guns, and you're giving people a chance to get together. Sure, some people want to show up with their AR over their back. Fucking go ahead. And if you want to fucking wear like a big cowboy gun on your side, fucking go ahead. If you want to wear like a cool 1911, like, go ahead. A gold AK, of course, obviously, that's fine. But you know what I mean? Like, people can go be weird if they want, or if they just want to not have a gun on, like, that's fine too. And I think that'd be neat. So I don't know. I think it has been successful when they branded it NRA fundraiser, or whatever they called them. So it does work. Like, it can happen. And I think more people would show up if you took the NRA side off and said, hey, this fundraising is for the community. Like, we'll figure out like, bring your money. We're all going to throw it into a pile. And then we're going to kind of decide, we've come up with this system of how to like distribute the money that everybody throws in. And if it's successful, we'll do this again next year. And if we improve one of the ranges in town, maybe next year we'll improve the other range. And then the next year we'll create a third range. You know what I mean? Like, we'll make sure that the community all agrees on this, and we'll make a fucking progress. Anyway, I think that would be neat. New York Outcast saying bring back the rallies. The rally means that you would take that event and bring it outside and make it political. And almost every rally I've ever experienced is, not everyone, but a lot. No, I shouldn't say that. Unfortunately, no, I was going to say that they're in reaction to an event, but I should say the rallies are almost always planned, but then the people that show up at the rallies only show up after some event, which is frustrating. Like, the rallies are ignored when it's not in the news, but if guns are at risk, all of a sudden the rallies are a big deal. That part of it is frustrating. If, again, like, if the rallies were fun, if the rallies encouraged family participation as well as community participation, and it was more like, we're having like a fun day at the Capitol, and it's because of guns, but we're having a fun day at the Capitol, and it's to bring everybody together and to have a weekend at the Capitol and be part of the country. And then, oh yeah, it's guns that are bringing us together to do this. I think we'd be better off. But since it's like, we're going to go to the Capitol and say we want our guns, all of a sudden it turns into like, well, guys with their ARs on their backs want to go to that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a lot to overcome when you're trying to be inclusive.
Yeah.
And
we've seen what happened in Massachusetts, like, what, last year? Or was it the year before?
Yep.
Yeah. And the people don't get it, and they don't want to get it. They don't know they don't get it. And that's the thing. It's like, do you know you don't get it? No. Do you want to know? No. Get out of here.
No.
Shit.
Yeah.
You're not helping nothing. You're standing around, but you're not standing around being
doing anything constructive. Yeah.
Destructive. There you go.
Yeah,
not being constructive.
Yeah, that's what's the most annoying. Look, again, like we said about Justin Moon's Rod of Steel, there's places where you definitely want to go and cheerlead each other on, right? Motivate firearms owners to just be firearms owners. But every event ain't that. So sometimes you just want to welcome people that might not see eye to eye with you, but at least, again, this is regular people. This is not anti-gun people. These are just regular people. You want them to see, we're regular too, bro. Like, we're at the same events you are. We like, eating funnel cake and throwing freaking balls at the clown too. and there's no reason to label us as anything other than just Americans to do something that you not into yet. But I don't want to make it so you go, yeah, not only am I not into it, I don't ever want to hang out with you or your weirdo friends again. Wow, welcome to outside.
No, I mean that's a great point though, dude, because that happens. I mean, it happens, and the organizations that are the worst at it are not the ones that do like a follow up. How did you like our event? You know, will you be back again? Like any kind of, what do they call that? Like any kind of follow up.
Yeah.
So they don't
Like,
even
no, not only.
realize they're like that.
Yeah. And when you try to tell them, or at least when I do, they're like, oh, but you had a great time. Understand, I'll probably have a great time at my funeral. Don't use me as the litmus test.
Yeah. Use a litmus test, like how often people repeat visit or whatever.
Yeah. Do you see them again?
Outcast is saying rally/block party. Dude, I really like the idea of having like a gun picnic day, right? So like you have a gun picnic at a range, I suppose, but if you have it at a range, people are going to start shooting, and then it could be what do you call it? Like not conducive to drinking and not conducive to non-gun people showing up. So if you just had like a gun picnic day so that people could have picnics wherever, and that means that gun shops could have picnics in their parking lots kind of thing, or they could just have like, come in and have a hot dog. We got like microwave hot dogs, every gun shop is different, right? But you just call it gun picnic day, and then at the end of gun picnic day, the places that want to have gun proms, so that during the day you're doing your outside farting around. If you want to make it like a gun show outdoors where there's guns but nothing's being loaded and all that, now people could walk around with a beer. Well, that's probably too much for people yet, but people could walk around enjoying just like a picnic mixed with a gun show mixed with a rally, where you're like, guns are cool but there's no guns going off, so you're not like, you can do it anywhere. You can do that in a garage, so any place. You can do that in parking lots and stuff. But and then at the end of the night, go indoors and make it a more formal party type of thing. And then, man, how cool would that be? Then you'd have all the different feedback from all the different places that are doing their thing that way. See, this would be perfect for man, I've got to make sure I'm saying it right. The actual NAGA, because theirs is the bottom up type of structure, where I always think of it that way, at least, that they're like clubs that are doing their thing. But I guess it would work with like the NRA. The thing is, as soon as the NRA touches it, it gets very strict or whatever, and very coordinate or very uniform, or whatever the word would be. Franchise for sure, but like uniform. But to give it to just the challenge of like, hey, all the different clubs out there, all the different gun shops, because that's the thing too. Like Lipsies or like some industry group that does, that touches a bunch of gun shops could also affect something like this or participate. Brownells, somebody who sells to a lot of places.
NRA is changing. NRA is bringing in new ideas continually and looking for new people
that
they'd never looked for before.
Well, then we should say they've changed. They're done. They've already changed. There's nothing old about them anymore.
Yeah, so they approached me about being on a freaking community outreach committee. And I said, no, I'm busy.
I'm busy. Not get enough money yet?
Yeah, okay. I somehow feel money's not going to enter the chat. So, but yeah, I mean, I would bring up something like that. But again, I have 20-something events a year plus other places I go to. You know what I mean?
Whenever you're talking to the NRA, you want to start a conversation with the NRA like this. If only I had a better suit. That's the code. That's the code. And then they're like, no problem. How many suits you need? And then you start saying like, to that event, I'd need like 3 suits. And they'd be like, no problem.
Yeah, I'm going to do outfit changes like Cher.
Well, that just means 60 to them. They're like, no problem. We can write that off. That's just 3 suits.
Yeah. I'm a big guy. My suits are expensive, but not as expensive as Wayne's. And you can buy me off. You can give me a golden parachute of a few $1 million too.
Like 7
Hey,
point
you know what?
parachute.
That was the best money they ever spent to get rid of him. Because there was no good coming out of that. And I figured the whole NRA was going to topple with him just trying to hold on like Saddam Hussein at the end.
Yeah,
You're
I
like,
think
okay,
with the
here.
transparency or whatever, like the fact that everybody could kind of see the lawsuit happen and they lost, control, or they lost the narrative, I guess, lost control of the narrative. Was good. Yeah, it happened. It worked out.
Yeah, and again, it's the antis thinking they're going to shut us down. I'm like, this is an American right. One, it's a human right, but let's leave that alone. It's American tradition, American right, American heritage, something that's been preached into us since we were a kid in most neighborhoods and most everything. Look, this is America. You're supposed to be able to be strapped. Our history going back isn't that old. That shootouts were a thing. That carrying a firearm by regular people was a thing, if not the entire country, because the East Coast got settled first. But our Wild West wasn't 100 years ago, was it? I mean, was that still considered the Wild West in the early 1900s, depending on where you were?
Yeah, I mean, Arizona wasn't even a state until 1918 or some shit.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, it's not that far in our history. And I'm like, yeah, you attacked it and we morphed and we were like, yeah, you're right. We need to get rid of some of these people. Let's make the NRA more modern, better, and inclusive because we do have these people around to make it inclusive. We have this whole cadre of dudes that since the NRA was being such a stick in the mud about being diverse, they started their own things. Me, Kevin Dixie, Amanda Suffolk, she's not Amanda started that. Well, she started her podcast and other things, but she was also part of DC Project. And just over and over again, these small groups had already laid the groundwork for being different. So the NRA is smart now to start inviting those people in as board members and as committee members. As I'm saying that, I tell you I turned down being on the committee, but understand I have a full-time job and doing this. And the NRA is not paying. You don't get money. I think you might get reimbursed for travel, maybe.
Sounds like a lot of people are to the level where they can do it on their own, so they're taking pride in like not taking the travel money from the NRA.
Yeah,
At least they're posting about it.
yeah, that's what they're doing. So, like you have Amanda, you have the board members, you have Anthony Calandro. These are either retired people or people with successful businesses that could actually afford to do all that. I'm broke. I'm collecting cans so I can pay for ammo. I'm about to start selling foot picks. Summer's coming. You see a random dude taking pictures of you. Huh? What was that?
Said thong pictures, but not that kind of thong.
Yeah. The shoe thong. So if you see a random fat black dude walking around taking pictures of people's feet, yeah, I'm posting it.
So
that's my new only ammo account. Sin 22 357 Magnum 9 mil.
So that'll transition us right into the NRA show. I did a thing where I think I was saying before that I posted all the different people that I seen that were doing shows or whatever there. And of all the people that were there doing interviews, there was really only a few that even did interviews with, I'm trying to say, like the people that are on the board. Amanda made herself available and people know her. So she was, I think it's probably a mix of the board people aren't, whatever you want to say, like figureheads or, what I mean? Like Amanda's a host of a show, so she doesn't care about being in front of a camera or a microphone. She's competent and eager to do so. Whereas some of them, I'm sure, are the opposite. Like they're probably capable, but they're probably not rehearsed or like feel comfortable or whatever the reasons are, right? So, and then some of them are probably available, but then They just don't know to like walk down the aisle and let people know they're available. So, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault or nothing, but when I'm looking at the coverage of the show, these are the only people I found that were even doing interviews. And then of the people doing, because the other people there was plenty of people with cameras at the show and they were taking pictures of like guns and shit. I don't count that. So I was just looking at the people that are, putting out microphones and having conversations. And this is most of them, or the ones that I could find on YouTube at least. But then of these folks, like only a few of them even talk to board members. Most of this is like, president of a company or somebody that they know or each other, right? Like this is Mike talking to Craig type of shit. So these are people that know each other, like if you were on somebody's show, which is valuable and useful. That's what the whole article is about. Like this is what I was kind of saying before. Like this is more of a view of what the show is rather than what the show brought to the, to show off, which is part of it, yes. But there's also like the behind the scenes or like the where are we at in 2026? Well, how do we know that if we don't talk to each other? So you guys that were recording each other, you recorded the actual gun community in 2026, whereas everybody else just recorded what products are available in 2026.
So I broke my interviews up, right? They were different. Dang, I don't have my list on me right now because I interviewed about 20 people. I messed up. I left a day early. That was 100% my mistake. Won't happen again next year. And I think I'm going to book out earlier next year so I can actually have more. Now, last year I interviewed Teresa Einacker. This year I interviewed Anthony Calandro, who's on the board. I interviewed, who else? I tried to get John Richardson, but we missed each other, who's a board member. So I got at least one board member, and I got the owner of the CEO of Colt Firearms. I have High Point because they released suppressors this year. Bob Pincus. I'm just trying to think of people off the top of my head.
So I tried to get made out of Zamek, and they weigh like 14 pounds.
Actually, no, they have titanium and they have Inconel. So they have a titanium suppressor and an Inconel suppressor, which is pretty cool. They were talking about their 6 or 8 inch titanium suppressor. It's great for short barrel rifles because now it condensed not only the length, but also the weight is less. So it's not this heavy 8-inch freaking heavy tube of metal hanging off the end of a lightweight short barrel rifle. It's a lightweight tube of metal hanging off. So I wanted to have them on. Plus, at this point, this is the second event. I'd like to make my opening thing a tradition by talking to guys from High Point. You establish traditions, how you do things. We've done it this way the first time. They debuted their High Point AR on my show last year. And this year they debuted their suppressor on my podcast. But I really wanted to interview Charlie Brown, who actually owns, I could never get it right, the company that actually distributes the High Points to the rest of the world.
Just say the High Point Conglomerate International.
Yeah. Well, truthfully, High Point is more than just one company. It's like 3 different ones, maybe 4.
Most people don't know that. Like he owns an international conglomerate that weapons dealer.
Yeah, in essence, Charles Brown is Destro. And
there you go.
Kudos if you get the G.I. Joe reference. I did enjoy myself, but next year I'm going to call people out earlier and actually have the schedule. I like having conversations. Somebody reminded me, was it you? We were talking about it. It's like your interviews are like Joe Rogan. I just want to have a conversation and it starts and ends naturally. Not we have to do this in 15 minutes and I have to be able to do sound bites. No, I just want to have conversations that begin and end naturally.
Well, another thing I noticed, and I'll give grace or whatever the word is to somebody who went and hasn't had the ability to record or whatever, edit. Everybody's got their own ability and expectations of what, some people really want to edit and other people just put up raw stuff, and people are
Yep.
busy and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't see anybody that covered the board meet, well, whatever they call the the actual
Annual meeting.
So,
Yeah.
it was, and I think it's because it's not controversial anymore. But at the same time,
I don't think they allow cameras in.
Oh, they don't have cameras in there anymore?
For some reason, I want to say they
know that
don't.
was it 2 years ago? I think maybe 3. Whenever it was Amanda was. I think Amanda was still running, or it was the first year that Amanda was in, because I know Amanda was walking around with a microphone, so it might have been the year that Amanda was first in. That was the big year because it was they still had people like from the Wayne side of town that were on the board,
Yep.
like at that actual meeting, and they were trying to shut it down. And then
Yep.
the year before was in Texas, or the year after was in Texas, and they tried to I think it was the year before was in Texas, and anyway, so it was really gossipy and petty, because all we were going to do is watch it and be able to comment on it, because there's nothing we could fucking possibly do about it, you know what I mean, except watch it. But it was interesting to see after so many years of everyone fucking ignoring it. But it was because these people were I was going to say Richardson and Amanda were there as people, and Pincus. I don't know if Pincus is going to end up being on the board or not, but those are the people. And then Professor Yamane was there with a camera 1 year. So, but the people that were there with cameras actually gave a shit. Those people either didn't go to the show or didn't go into that room. And if they couldn't have cameras, that would explain it. But I also didn't see anybody say I went into that room and they took my camera away, but here's what happened. So I'm guessing that whatever happened in that room was probably not controversial. I'm assuming, because nobody's in there trying to do anything slimy anymore. So that's just annoying that we're only going to see it when it's controversial. Just fucking turn a camera on and stream it. I don't care if it's boring. I don't care if only 12 people watch it. It's a service to the rest of us who are NRA members that still want to know what the fuck happened at that annual meeting. And that's the only thing that my biggest complaint, because otherwise it looks I guess I do have another complaint, but it looks like they gave the Radio Row more and more, they're giving them more and more resource, more and more attention, more and more open, creative. It's not just whoever, Cam Edwards, standing on a stage, everybody has to look up at him and he's fucking emceeing the whole fucking event. Or I don't know if it was him or not, it was that white-haired guy. But you know what I mean? It's not like some old guy from TV is telling us what the fuck our gun community is all about. Can't name anybody because he sees so many people. He just fucking considers us all the regular people. It's not like that. For the longest time, that's all NRA show was. Here's NRA media. You can't go near him. No autographs. Don't talk to what's his face, the white-haired guy. He's too fucking cool for you. You can look at him, right? And he's going to interview Ted Nugent. So, that's how important he is. But you can fucking keep moving. You know what I mean? Now they're valuing, didn't quite look like this from what I understand, but this is my AI version of it. But it was they paid attention. They gave you guys all the time and resources. Minus, it sounds like some people didn't get good internet. So streaming wasn't
that internet was dog food, but that's not the NRA's fault. When we were in Atlanta, we had hardwired. This was
kind of is because it kind of is, in my opinion. If you're creating a show, and especially for the media end of it, but also for the vendors, they deserve internet, and the participants deserve internet, even if you just can't provide it through the facility and you have to provide it yourself. There's things called trucks and fucking computers that you can rent, that you can put out in the parking lot. You know what I mean? If we needed internet, it only costs money. And then what you do is you either say this is brought to you by Walther, or it's brought to you by ESA or EAA or some shit. Somebody that wants to provide it, wants to get advertising anyway, or GOA or NRA or whoever provided the show. Just make sure that people know you paid extra for it, and that's what your membership is for. But I think in 2026, bad internet, nah, I don't give them a pass for shit. But I hear you, it was bad internet. It did happen. Whatever. I'm going to still blame the NRA. They got to take the shit. It's their show. But I blame GOA for having bad internet at their show too. So I'm going to blame whoever, unless there's good internet. SHOT Show attempts to have good internet. I think SHOT Show does pretty fucking good considering how many people are in that building. You know what I mean? Like, that's not so much like being in the middle of nowhere as much as like just that many people. I can't even imagine. Can you imagine how many radio waves are going back and forth inside a SHOT Show? I'm surprised we're not all microwaved. I mean, it's just like a sporting event, I guess. Right? Like when you go to a football game or something, they don't lose internet. Oh, Tony's dropped. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. No wonder he's not saying anything. Are we still live? Am I still here? Or did I get dropped? I think I'm still here. I'm going to go look. Okay, I'm still here. Tony got dropped. Anyway, I don't know where I was. I was in the mid rant of something. It was some sort of a good rant. There he is. Figured out that like you weren't there, and I'm like, oh wait a minute, I've been ranting for a while, and I'm like, oh shit, Tony's not even here. You're back now?
Yo, hey, yeah. So I got dropped, and then everything cataclysmic happened at once outside. Neighbors started like cutting grass or something. The ambulance came by. I was like, all right, I'll go inside.
And coincidentally, right when I'm bitching about the internet or whatever. But anyway,
Yeah,
so that's
hilarious.
I still want to, 2026. I'm not giving anybody a pass anymore. But
You're not giving
and that's something
okay.
that it's one of those things that you just got to bite the bullet and pay for it, even though you may be buying redundant internet, because it's one of those things you can't know. I'm sure the facility was like, yeah, your internet will be fine. Yeah, everybody will love their internet. And then when they got there, it was shitty. And what are they supposed to do? So I understand the deal. It's just that I think in 2026, like because it's such a necessity, just make sure there's internet. And I was gonna
in Atlanta, we had landline for the internet, right? So we just had a plug-in. So I went and picked up the adapter, boom, plugged it in, and I had internet. No problem. This time it was off and on and falling. And they were like, dude, wouldn't even bother. They were like, if you're live streaming, you're in trouble.
I guess what I'm laying in their lap is that they shouldn't rely on the facility. They should have
100%.
redundant internet. And that's where I'm going to throw it on the industry. The industry either has redundant internet because that's their job, or, they're able to provide it because we do have, like this is the world. We do have internet anywhere we want it as long as we know that we need to pay for it type of thing, and we have it there.
Yeah,
but they just put little devices on. It's like suitcases. You just put suitcases down that are connected to satellites, and you're done.
You're not wrong that pretty much the industry, if you want to communicate, you have to have the internet. And it's just going to have to be a thing you pay for, because we can easily be sabotaged by having the venue put under pressure. Understand, we're in major cities when we're hosting these events.
No, that's a good point. There can be like last minute changes just to be a gotcha, and then we're vulnerable to that shit.
I mean, if GunCon, see, the thing is, the industry doesn't learn from each other because people don't pay attention to each other. Watch what happened in Cleveland with GunCon.
I think they're learning. I hear you, but I'm going to say they're learning because we know the guys running goals. I think we know the guys, people, and they're not stupid. They're paying attention. And now we know the NRA-ish people. Well, I don't know if we know the people running NRA show, but again, I'm going to say that it has been shitty. I'm going to give them the opportunity because I think they are getting better. Right? We will see better shows.
Yep. Yeah, and it's not, I'm not intimidated. I'm part of it now. So I can see what they're doing, as in I was invited. So I got to see, like when we went to the dinner the day before, and it wasn't even a dinner, it was a get together at a restaurant just for the guys for an hour of everybody who wanted to come that was part of the media that was invited. And I go in there and they go, hey, by the way, just like the internet is not like it was in Atlanta. It's wireless. And that seems to be a problem, that the connection is bad. So that's when I found out the day before you're supposed to be out on the floor. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay,
but again,
well, what the heck am I supposed to?
And that's one of those things like you don't know until you find out when you get there type of thing, which is frustrating. But that's something like again, I'll just say, try putting it in the budget next time, redundant internet. And if you don't need it, maybe you can get like most of your deposit back or something like, hey, the internet turned it out to be fine. But like you're saying, And probably it's better to just have that extra internet, because now somebody can't just cut a switch at the venue and now there is no second in place. The worst that happens is, I guess that's it's a minor gripe. It's not like it's, you know what I mean? Like anybody could flip over to their non-roaming phone. You know what I mean? Like they don't need wireless there. It's just a convenience to have wireless there. And that's why it's not
Like
that big
this,
an issue anymore, because most people just flip to their data.
and I blame myself. If I wanted to be on, I guess I could turn my phone into a hotspot. But mine is a recording that I post up. The only thing I would have used the internet for is to bring it over to my laptop that way and put it in, and that's it. So don't freak out. Don't have some look 2027 in Atlanta, because that's where we're going to be. 284E podcast is going to be more professional, more ready for what's coming. And I look forward to it because I'm spending the next 10 months doing things to improve what we do, how it sounds, setting up guests. I can't wait for that. As a matter of fact, we're going to be doing a podcast at Train and Learn, Kevin Dixie's Train and Learn. And we're going to be talking to the people that are there as the attendees, talking about their business, their thing, what they hope to learn over the weekend or what they did learn over the weekend. So that's going to be that whole push there. And I look forward to it because it's going to be different. Yeah, it's not going to be the 284E podcast. It's going to be, again, what the hell's the name of my podcast again? Cocked, Locked, and Unfiltered.
Oh, okay. Are all you guys going to be there?
Yeah, all of my guys are going to be there. We're going to do the show live. And we just look forward to actually interviewing, attendees. Maybe we'll interview the vendors. Who knows? We just want to have it featured as part of the event. So now these people who maybe come to an event to get media exposure, to meet each other, to network, actually have an opportunity to be on a podcast. And it's a low pressure podcast, right? It's not anti-gun. We're not there to play I got you games. It's just your people who happen to have a podcast. And we all met through Train and Learn. It's like, yes, this thing can grow. It can turn into, something worthwhile, but you have to totally understand. You have to put in the work. Clayton, Chris, and myself, since 2019, doing the first Train and Learn, have grown our businesses, have grown our advocacy, have reached out and done things, and was able to work with people in our community who we met there. Everyone from Michael Sedini to like the guys from Tactical Life Firearms, Primary Arms. This year, Ruger's going to be there. It's like, yes, you use this thing to grow your business, grow your advocacy, to network, and to make the community itself stronger and more diverse, and give ideas out there. And I give props to Ruger as a larger company like Brownells that was at the first or second Train and Learn, that we're talking to regular people, that we're taking ideas of what works for smaller firearms training companies, for smaller, like almost individuals. Then that's one of the cool things about Train and Learn. It doesn't cost an arm and a leg, and there's a whole lot of education opportunity. And we want people to take advantage of it. And one way to motivate them is to show them what can happen. We have, what's her name? Alicia. What the hairy heck is Alicia's last name? Boomstick Babe. I'm having a brain fart right now, and I do apologize.
You assumed it was Babe, Boomstick Babe.
yeah. Alicia.
I don't pay attention to people.
Garcia? Anyway, Alicia
Probably.
is suing the friggin' state of. Yeah, she's suing the state of Chicago. She's suing the state of Colorado, and she also has a podcast that she does, and hers is actually on the radio. And this is again another Train and Learn alumni. So the guys and the girls that are going there that want to make things happen are making things happen through that. And I think kind of career development, much like, I mean, train and learn is a career development, a career enhancement opportunity, and educational opportunity, much like Ambassador Academy is also one. It's more formal, it's more, not more structured, just structured differently. Kevin Dixie sets up train and learn like, we're giving you this opportunity to learn this stuff, and you can become as close as you want with these people, to the point we call each other the train and learn family. But that is if you choose to be that. If you choose just to look at it as a one-time thing and go, nothing came of that, well, that's because you didn't make anything of that. You know what I mean? Like, we're giving you the opportunity. Here's my phone number. Call me. We should talk after this. Here's my Instagram. We should communicate online. Shoot me a text. All kinds of things like that happen because people make it happen. And I think that helps with growing, especially because train and learn was a lot of minorities, Blacks, Hispanics, some Asians, but you got people together that normally wouldn't be. And they're getting together with companies. So thereby they're successful, thereby they're continuing to work, thereby they're bringing people from their community into this fight. And that is how outreach is done. It's not all done the same way, and everything can't be cookie cutter like we were talking about before, or so structured that you have to work it in that it almost seems disingenuous and not a actual natural process. So
I definitely dig the whole thing since, whatever it was now, since the 5th or 6th year. It doesn't say.
I think we missed 1 year during COVID from 2019.
Well, but still, it's been quite a number of years, and so I like since the beginning that it's a multi-day, but then it's also the whole concept from the beginning is to bring together the content creator side, the instructor side, and then the industry side. There's other sides to the community or whatever, but the skill set here was, at the time at least, there was a lot of people on YouTube running around with audiences that looked like idiots, because the audiences didn't look like idiots. The people on YouTube looked like idiots because they didn't know what they were doing, and they looked stupid, and they were propagating, or whatever the word is, like stupidness or like just uneducatedness, and there was no need for it. And then you had we've always had your industry, who's at the kind of the having to deal with those content creators and being frustrated because they didn't know how to work with each other, and what they would create was stupid because these people were stupid. And then you had instructors who are always ignored, and who are all different levels of, like, oh, I'm going to be an instructor, and I think I know more than I do, or like, I know a lot, but I don't know enough to be an instructor. Like, shucks, like, not me. So you've got everything in between there. And then they usually don't know how to be a content creator, and they don't know how to work with the industry, and everybody ignores them. So, you know what I mean? Like, that was a good mix at the time, and then it kept going. So it's obviously worked. And then the way that it's like, you're going to bring your skill set, you're going to bring your skill set, and you're going to bring your skill set. And then here's I don't know what to call it. Like, here's the framework that you're going to present your skill set, and then you're going to present your skill set, and you're going to present your skill set. And then you're all be with each other for a number of days. I just thought that part was cool. And then, like you say, because KD is just a whatever, like a normal, like a nice guy, or like not a robot, like the community part of it happened. Now, I don't think it's like, there's a couple of things in the community. I'm going to use Gun Site as an example, as like a positive example. But like, if you're a Gun Site, if you know anything about Gun Site, you're either into Gun Site or you're aware of Gun Site. But you can't just go to Gun Site and be like, do. I mean, you can, I guess, but most people don't go to Gun Site. You're either going to Gun Site to become one of them, or you're going to Gun Site in spite of the fact that there's Gun Site people. So they're not quite a cult, but they're a cult. And then there was the Front Site, and they were a cult. I've been to Front Site. I'm a member. That was very cult-like. And then there's other things that are at various levels. And a lot of instructors, this is a negative part of the community, but it's, we talk about negative stuff all the time and we acknowledge it, but you can be a bad or you can be a good instructor too, I guess, but you can be the type of instructor that is looking for fame more than anything else. And those instructors are, I don't know if it's just narcissistic or some blend. I'm not a clinician or whatever, but if you've been around long enough, you've seen some of these, and they're more than type A personalities. They're cult leaders or whatever. So their training becomes their thing. And if you doubt them, their cadre or whatever, their whatever you call students will, like their alumni, I guess, will go after you. And, sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's like accidental. I think a lot of times it's also applied where it doesn't apply, like Jaeger. I know that he has an alumni and they call it that and everything. There's people that fucking hate Jaeger, even though he's dead and shit. Like there's people that hate him. And luckily, I've been on both sides. I hated Jaeger before it was cool to hate Jaeger. And then I figured out he's a cool dude and I like Jaeger and I respect him a lot. And then I got to watch all the other people figure out like it was cool to hate Jaeger for a while. And then there was people that didn't know who the fuck I'm talking about, but let's hate Jaeger because it sounds cool. Or my friend hates Jaeger type of shit. And then their, whatever you call like alumni is so huge. And they even have like a compound and shit, you could say. But I'm not even thinking about them because I consider myself part of that. Like I understand that. Like I understand that the dude had a house that was, what do you call like, you ever seen like a house that's built on a hill? So like the basement opens up and it's like you can walk out into the backyard, but the front yard is up the hill and that's like the front yard. So your front door is your front yard and your back door is downstairs, but it's your backyard. That's how his house was. So he lived upstairs like anyone would with his family. And then he had this massively huge basement that was large enough that they put like a 2-room thing that each room had 2 bunk beds. So that's 8 people that you can put down there and a bathroom and like a big living room, which was no bigger than I've seen a lot of people that have houses this big and just have big empty basements, right? Like Jaeger just made his basement into 2 bunk rooms or whatever you call it and a bathroom. And this wasn't that big a deal. It was just like his downstairs, but it was because his house was so big of like, living on a hill or whatever. Anyway, so then a lot of people would go to his class and stay in his basement and then hang out in his basement, whatever you call like living room. So they were like, you imagine hanging out in somebody's basement while they're upstairs. So like, every once in a while he comes down and hangs out with you and then goes back upstairs. And everybody's just goofing around and having fun and shit. And then you go train and then you come back and you eat and barbecue and, you're fucking around and having fun and stuff. It's like, I don't know. It was just a lot of fun. And I can imagine if you were like a department or something and you were there to like, have 3 days of training from like your department or something. And that was like semi a vacation, you're getting paid to be there. But, it's like not, you're having fun. You're shooting and stuff. So I could imagine there was a lot of good times in that place. So I can imagine a lot of people were envious of that or like heard about that and were like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like that's some kind of cult. And in reality, it was just like a free hotel or whatever. Because Jaeger didn't charge nothing, I think. He just let people stay down there. So anyway, I could see that being a thing. But then I've heard of people where they're like, especially the YouTubers. The YouTubers are the worst because they're commenters or whatever. I don't even think they need to be students because you can enroll in somebody's online course and quote unquote be a student, watch their on videos, and now you know a bunch of shit. And that's the worst kind of person, right? Who thinks they know a bunch of shit when in reality they watched a bunch of videos and they're like now aligned with this guy and everything he says is right. There's probably some girls like that too, but I can think of a couple of places and I think they've come and gone. I really don't know. But that were like offshoots and stuff, and like some instructor would get big and then their chief co-instructor would be like, I'm leaving. And so many times I'm thinking of different parts of the country now. And then you think of like different types of shooting. I've been thinking of CCW shooting, but I'll bet you in like long range shooting and instruction, like I don't like the way you instruct on how to breathe or something. Like you should take a half a breath and not a quarter breath, or like I don't like the way you reload. So I bet you there's all kinds of stuff there. I know with the CCW, it got really weird about like, like let's say the aiming, like whether or not the draw and the aim, how you do it. It's like not just isosceles Weaver, but like, should there be like a 4-point draw, or should it be a point and shoot? You know, like those kind of things divided up people over the years. So anyway, you get all these students that go to some class, and I'm sure it's just like this with guitars or cooking or something, where there's like an art to it, you know, like some sort of an individual finesse. And if you learn from somebody, they're the expert. Everybody else is a challenge to that expert. Or maybe it's just a mindset. You know, some people like to stand behind something and challenge everybody else. Again, I doubt most of the instructors started out to say, like, I'm going to be a cult leader and everyone's going to shoot my style, or their gung fu is bad, you know? And there's probably some of that too, right? Like the martial art chain, like movies challenge type of thing. Like my sensei is better than your sensei.
Oh, all the time.
Dude, I can't even imagine. I don't even go to sports shooting, but I'll bet you that happens with sports shooting, right? Like, oh, I use the so-and-so, or like, I use Terran Tactical's theories or something.
Oh, when you step out this way and you punch out this way, and it's like, shut up. You do the jaw this way. I mean, you know, like I'm on the periphery. I'm the worst guy in the room. All right, you know, I'm the least talented dude in the room when I'm at these things, but I'm in the room. I want to shoot, and I draw from my holster the way I carry. And because I've been there and I've proven that I'm not a threat to myself or others, they allow me to do that without being a problem. But yeah, I have no, and truthfully, I'm in an arena that is small enough. I mean, I go to fun events at my local range once a month for that particular. Actually, I can go twice a month for the two different shoots they have that they allow you to walk on. One is IDPA, and the other one is police combat shoot. So there's two different styles, and pretty much they're pretty laid back because the guys there are mature enough to know, and they've gone to multiple schools. I mean, just between the three dudes that run it, we have probably 150 years of experience, or maybe like 125 years of experience between three guys of competition shooting of different styles and classes around the country. So we don't have much of that because they kind of kill it and make fun of it if you get too carried away, you know? So I've been blessed with that. But yes, that's in the community too. Kind of silly gatekeeping, team loyalty, weird crap that doesn't need to be there.
Now,
if you don't
all
like
that being
this,
said,
Mhm.
go ahead, finish.
No. I mean, I was just going to reiterate what you said, but yeah, go ahead. What was the next part?
Okay, so I was just saying, just to contrast myself and you, I guess, I have been to, like, let's say Front Sight, where that's the one I can think of that I think, well, they're gone, so they can't be offended, but I think they would be less offended because they took the stance of, you're going to learn our way, period. But they had justification for it. Not that their way was better, they preferred their way, but they understood that their way was like a blend of competition shooting and, you know, their interpretation of the realities of CCW, what someone might expect to encounter. And they made that clear. Like, they didn't try to sugarcoat that or hide it or nothing. They were like, there's a myriad of ways to do these things, right? We're not going to teach you every way. We're teaching you our way, and we're going to only teach you our way. If you don't want to learn it our way, then go away, because we're here to teach you our way, and you're going to perform way better than you can imagine. We're going to get you to perform more than you think you can, which is, I think, neat. It's sort of like the fall backwards into your friends can catch you type of thing. Like, we're going to show you that you can do better than you think you can. And that's part of the reason why it's cultish or whatever, or why it could be interpreted as cultish, I think, because of that, like, stance. But then I can respect it, because here's the thing. They were like, again, like, they're like, now go off into the world and do your thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we've taught you our way and we've mastered it. It's sort of like the Amish or something, right? Like, there's a million ways to enjoy an apple pie. This is the way we make it. We're not going to make it some other way. We're going to make it our way. Enjoy it. Now go eat other apple pie if you want. Like, we're not saying it's the only apple pie. So that's sort of the way they did it. And I was like, okay, as long as you're approaching it that way, then I'm okay with it, that you understand that there's other ways to do it. And if your instructors, even, like, I remember the instructors, like, talking to people that were ex-instructors, and the reasons they left had to do with, I don't like doing it that way anymore. Like, it isn't the only way to do it. Like, I forget what it was anymore, but like Weaver stance, you draw like 1, 2, 3, and then you shoot or whatever. But you spent like 3 or 4 days learning like the very basics of stuff, and you learned it very well. And it was like, it was definitely cookie cutter. It was like scripted instruction. So in other words, it was very uniform. Everyone was getting the same instruction, no matter what. You took this class, you took that class, or I should say, if you took this class from this instructor, it's the exact same class that you got from that instructor, because they wanted that. So again, you took that if you was interested in it. They made the value, I think, worth it. Like the cost or whatever, it was expensive, but then you had access to all of it. So if you dug it, it was a great value. If you didn't like it, then it would be worthless to you. But if you liked it, if you could accept it, then it was like super value, and you could go there and get a lot of this instruction. But again, you would understand that, like, this is the Weaver stance. It's like, I'm not going here to learn everything. I'm not going here to learn, the thing. Because I've been to other instructors, like Jaeger, let's say. I don't remember Jaeger giving a shit. If you wanted to do Weaver stance or isosceles, if you wanted to draw this way or that way, he was like, draw and hit the target. Like we're here to hit the target on this one, or we're here to hit these 2 targets on this one. We're here to, worry about this or that, whatever the drill was. But like, if you wanted to approach the drill the way you were comfortable and like that kind of thing, like he didn't care. If you wanted to have this kind of holster or that kind of holster, he might give you shit if he didn't like this holster. You know what I mean? Like, because he was a normal person, and he was funny all the time. But like, it was a totally different approach to it. But that's why I always thought training was interesting, because then you go to just a lot of different instructors and you start to see like there's a lot of variety here. Nobody is even suggesting they know it all. Some instructors have like a really good foundation, like Masada Ayub or something. Like you could just do Masada Ayub and be done. But it's also a way of doing it, and he knows that. He's like, I come from competition shooting and law enforcement, so my stuff is a blend of that, plus a long time of doing court cases and stuff. So I do stuff that's pretty defendable. You can articulate everything in a Masada Ayub class. Like he makes it, he makes it possible for you, and then demonstrates how to articulate everything about what you're doing in that class, right? It makes you a better lots of things in life, but it's definitely different than what you're going to get at front sight or now at gun sight or something. So anyway, that's where I'll say, like, even though I think some of that stuff is certainly, but wouldn't want to be like the only thing you learn, I give it all the right to exist, and I can give it some respect for holding its ground or whatever. The worst, I think, is when you get like an individual who has decided this is my way of doing it. There's only one way to do it. It's my way or the highway. Isn't able to or doesn't want to, articulate why. It's kind of toxic or something. Like, runs people out of their class or like keeps their money. I've seen classes like that, but it's almost always like small, local type of thing. Like somebody doing this in their own range, or at 2 or 3 local ranges type of thing. And then I'm assuming, just like any bad business, they eventually move on to something else.
Oh, I actually interviewed the head of Gun Sight down there at NRA.
At NRA? Cool.
Yep.
So
freaking hilarious.
That's changed hands a few different times. So I noticed him posting, but I was curious about what he does at NRA. I assume he looks around at the different guns and the different targets, right? Like maybe talks to some instructors, see if they want to host there or something. I don't know how gun sight works anymore.
Well, he was on the media road tour, and people were introducing him, and because he wants to, I guess, have people know who Gun Sight is too, because it's an opportunity, to get out into many different backgrounds. You had everybody, blacks, Hispanics, whites, women. So you had some people that really Gun Sight alumni is probably overwhelmingly older white men. And I think he was just more like an awareness, and also giving his time to allow people to interview, somebody that if you're in the taking tactical firearms training classes, cool. And if you're a YouTuber who hosts who covers that kind of thing, well, here's a guy who's owns a business, has been doing it since the 70s. Actually was the founder of modern gun shooting techniques and modern gun training. That was Colonel Jeff Cooper. And this was what he founded. So yeah, this is the reason your favorite instructor has a career. You know what I mean? As a career option is founded upon gun sight and that generation of dudes. And this is one of those guys that were there at the beginning. So you had an opportunity to interview him, and I thought that was cool. And he's a fun guy and a good interview.
Well, that's the thing. Is so Cooper was a cop, and they were shooting competition back in the day in California, I guess, and then eventually decided that there's enough reason or interest or like potential, I guess, to create a school. So he goes to Prescott, and they start this school in the desert, and a bunch of berms and then a shoot house. And then they eventually get to where they can like bring in vehicles, so like cops and stuff can do like vehicle interdictions and airplane entries and shit like that. I think they do all that kind of stuff out there too now. But originally it was you get a bunch of people in front of targets that can either be 360 or where we can do whatever we want. We can draw and stuff, so it's not like a regular range where there's some kind of weird arbitrary rules on what you can do and how fast you can shoot and that kind of stuff. And yeah, then they started to develop what would you call that, like a curriculum, right, of instruction for like how to teach this stuff to people. And first it was cops, and then it was regular people, and then like everybody, right? Like Pat Rogers and
Yeah,
Thunder Ranch.
like they all came.
Thunder Ranch. I can't think of Thunder Ranch's name, and then Masada Ayub. They all were.
Oh, Clint Smith. Clint Smith.
Those guys, and then that other guy were all the instructors for Pat Rogers. No, for Cooper, and then they all eventually were like, "Okay, see you, Pat," or "See you, Cooper," "See you, Rod," "See you, Cooper." We're gonna all do our own schools. I don't know if Masada was an instructor there as much as he went there and then figured out that this is the way to go to start instructing, because back then there wasn't a lot of instruction. There was just like police academy shit. So this was a good alternative to police academy shit, or like an enhancement to police academy shit. And yeah, like you said, then that spurred everything that exists. Everything that exists today was from those guys who basically said it should exist, like boof, it exists now. And then everybody going, what they did is okay, but here's a better way. Like what they did is okay for that, but here's a better way for this, or here's a better way for us instead of them. And yeah, and then it was awesome once the internet happened, and then it was like everybody was like, hey, guess what? I don't have to settle for choosing what they offer. I can just make my own.
And Cooper was, I mean, he created a gunfighting school. He went into it with that thing, but it came from military competition. And these guys came up with their own competition that wasn't that one hand stand up straight Camp Perry type shooting. They wanted to be more combat oriented. And for then, that was combat shooting, shooting Weaver, shooting isosceles, shooting moving, shooting rifles at pistol distances because you were doing it with the patrol rifle or whatever. I mean, it was a lot of stuff that they did the first of, and that developed into this. And it was like, yo, I get to interview this guy. I'm the gun kid, and here I am talking to this guy about the things that we read about growing up. And now I'm sitting in this chair, and he's just giving me the background on it. I'm like, this is the coolest YouTube video ever. Wait a minute, it's real life. Holy crap. So that was cool. Can't wait to get everything together to put it out, because hopefully some people are excited about it. And if not, that's cool too, because I am.
Well, I think it's interesting for sure, but I know it's valuable because it's, it is what our community is, right? It is the reflection, it's the recording of our community when you're talking to these folks, because they're there at the show, but unless somebody sits down and talks to them on tape or whatever on digital, then you know what I mean? Like all they did is attend the show. And even if not a million people today look at it, you and a couple other, like you and literally just a handful of other folks are the ones that went there and documented, archived, and recorded, the community in 2026. And that means that along with the people that did that last year and the year before and the people that'll do it next year and the next year, you've created another point on all these different timelines, so people can research in the future, what ends, what stuff look like. Because as you're talking about this, as we're talking about training guys in general, it started out with, like you said, I think it was more cops and competition, and they came from military. But the military, you didn't fight with a pistol. You got issued a pistol. But like you said, in the military, you get, and back in historically, you would have gotten trained to shoot it like a marksman, like hold the gun out at arm's length so that the balance of the rifle is, offset the muscle strain. And I don't know what there was all kinds of reasoning why you would stick your arm way out and stick your hand in your pocket. But that was for shooting at a bullseye, repetitive shots as close as possible to each other. And then once they actually shot a gun at each other once in a while, or, people had to shoot each other in like World War II every once in a while with a pistol, that changed. And they said something's got to change, right? So then they became cops, and they started having gunfights every once in a while. So it's not like cops have gunfights all that often, but every once in a while cops would have gunfights, and they decided to pay attention to that and record it, or else they were mandated to report it for legal reasons. Either way, they started to document it and pay attention to it more than just like recollect it, for stories. And as they start to document stuff, then it becomes obvious. Well, if you crouch down, you don't get shot in the head as often, right? If you move to the left, move to the right, you're in, most people who are right-handed can easily move to the right. But if you move to the left, that's more difficult for a right-handed person to follow you. So it's just more tactically sound to move to the left. They start to figure this shit out. So if we're going to teach each other, why don't we teach each other to not stand there, but instead move to the left as shit goes down? We're just statistically less likely to get shot. So as you start to do this, right, somewhere along the line, bad guys figure out cops move to the right. You got to start moving to the right as you shoot cops. Like they're telling each other this shit in jail. So tactics are fucking starting to change right out the bat. But yeah, that's basically where all this stuff starts. And then at some point, people start to figure out like, well, that's great for cops, but I ain't a cop. I'm a security guard, or like I'm a Air Force and I've got different rules of engagement, or like I'm this and that. And then you get, these different instructors and stuff. Like I say, nowadays, it's just totally different. Now you get people who are like, well, I only own one gun and I don't want to make my whole life learning this shit. I want to be exposed to it. You listen to the dudes from Colorado, they're on like Wednesdays now. Why can't I think of Guns for Everyone? So they're way into, I don't know if it's just Pincus. If it's just Pincus, or if it's, and the other dude, what's his face? Yeah, I can't think of his name. I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it. But I always think of it as just the Guns for Everyone podcast. But but those guys are instructors or whatever, doing free CCW classes for people, but in Colorado.
Yep.
And then they're activists and stuff. But they also do other stuff like the Gun Makers Match and other things. But then actually a lot of other things. I don't want to blow it off. They do more international stuff than pretty much anybody, except for maybe Second Amendment Foundation is pretty decent at doing multi-international stuff. But so they do stuff that most of the rest of the world in our culture is ignoring or taking for granted or just ignoring. But anyway, as instructors, I don't know where they get their instruction stuff from. Like I say, I don't listen to USCCA at all, and I don't know nothing about Pincus's, is it the PDW like set of instruction? So,
Personal
but they,
Defense Network, yes,
right, and that's different than USCCA. But they're both, like I said, I definitely won't pay attention to USCCA, and I haven't paid attention to Pincus's only because I just haven't. When I was paying attention to instruction, they just never came around. Well, I wouldn't go to USCCA personally, but then Pincus just never came around, so I just never had the opportunity. But I would definitely go to one of his classes because they seem interesting. But they seem really like, at least when Edgar and them are talking about it, they're talking about it like, I'm going to say like cerebrally or whatever the word is, like, because it's very thought out, and it's like, I think the closest thing is Pannone when he's talking about like what the Delta Force would do, because Delta Force, he brings like, I'm assuming, about a Delta Force experience to his instruction, Pannone, and it's a lot of like skeletal articulature, if I'm saying it right, like, but he pays attention when someone is shooting, he's coaching them to like make sure that they're not hindering themselves with their skeletal lockup, and that they're also not, that they're basically paying attention and doing their shit right, so that they're not doing bad habits, just the same way like a really high-end athlete would be paying way more attention to like the way their muscles and joints are working than a regular person's like, I threw my ball good, like an athlete's going to be like, okay, you're never going to be do this repetitively if you don't stand on your heels here. They do these weird things that, like if you really want to be a good shooter, then you got to know this stuff. And you want to know why? Because I woke up every day and shot every day for my entire career. So, like everybody can question whatever they want, but these guys know how to shoot. So when you listen to Edgar and them talk, they talk like very like medically or clinically, maybe. I don't know what the words are. But unlike like a lot of instructors who are just like, here's the way I like to do it, or here's the way I was taught to do it, or here's the way, like these guys are like, oh, I don't know, like maybe like your brain synapses can react to this 4 times more likely than this. So if you start training yourself to do this, then you're, and it's like sometimes it's contrary to what you'd think, and other times it's just doubling down on what's common sense or whatever. But they've got these reasonings behind it. Anyway, so I've always thought that kind of instruction was interesting, but I haven't been to enough of those kind of classes to understand it 100%. Even with Mike Pannone, I've only been to one of his classes, and I could just tell, like, you could get into this. Like, you could take this and learn a lot from, like, get a lot out of it, more than you could ever get from one class. You'd have to take, like, a series of classes to, like, fully get into this. I don't know where I was going at with all that, but, yeah, I totally lost track.
I've taken
too many things there.
I've taken Pincus's class. Yeah, it's more talking than you think will be involved in it, and I think that's kind of important, because it does make you think. It's like, this is not just pull trigger pew pew. Like, let's go and think our way through this, and there's a reason for this, and here's the reason. Take notes. You know what I mean? So yes, you do a lot of taking notes.
And I don't mind that. Like, when you're taking class, when I was taking classes, that's what I was most blown away with. That's why I like firearms training so much, because it's so broad and deep. Like, there's so much of it, and I keep discovering more of it. But taking a class that's a lot of book work, like learning, as opposed to action, like is learning different than understanding? Like, you can go to a class and they'll show you a bunch of shit and you understand it. I totally get it. Oh, I think that's where I was going before. So I think I just reminded myself of where I was going on that long tangent there. So I think I can understand somebody who takes a class that it seems like drinking from a fire hose, and like you're never going to absorb it all, because it gives you that insight. Like, you don't know what you don't know sort of situation. It's like shining a flashlight into a room. You're not memorizing everything in the room, but you know how big the room is. Like, you've seen it. So like, where the boundaries are. Like, you have a much better idea of like, okay, I don't know, but now I know what I don't know, right? Like, I know what there is here. So I could see taking a class like that, because you understand, like, okay, now I got a glimpse of it. And if I really want to really know it all, it might take me like 4 times to learn all this, right? Like, or I could do it again and get a clearer view of what all is going on, and maybe that'll be enough. Or maybe that third time I take a class, I'll figure it all out. Anyway, I don't know if that's legit or not. Like, that's the thing. Like, somebody who studies this kind of shit could find out, and that's where kind of I was going before. Some classes are gonna say like, you're gonna learn everything. Like, I'm gonna think like a ham radio class, or I just took the drone pilot's class. Like, your goal is to get the freaking license at the end. So right away if you learned everything or not, because you got your license at the end or not. The CCW is kind of like that. Like, there's this many requirements that you have to pass, and once you do, you got your CCW. But a pistol class, like like a introduction, like any company, just pick the class, like a CCW type of pistol class, a marksmanship class, anything. There's maybe you get a certificate at the end for completion, but there's really no test to take necessarily. I guess as soon as I say that, I think of a whole bunch of instructors that actually offer tests. But aside from like a test that the instructor will, come up with that, quizzes you on what you've learned or whatever, there's no consequence. It's not like there's a permit to get or anything. So really, it's just a matter of, you know, what you want to learn from it and that kind of thing. And sometimes the classes are super like school like, you know, like there's a lot to learn and they're going to quiz you on it, and you walk away and you feel like I've learned it all. And then others are like really sketchy, and I don't mean that in a bad way, like, but you know, they're overviews, they're really 10,000 foot overviews, and that's, I think, appropriate is, I guess, the longest way of saying I think they both have value. I think going in and seeing like a quick look at what all's out there, understanding that all you did is see it, you didn't master anything, is appropriate. And then knowing, like, if I want to master this, I got like 3 instructors I can go to, and this one's unrealistic, I can't afford them, or, you know, they don't have enough classes, or maybe this instructor isn't going to be around very much longer. So I'm prioritizing those classes first, and then I'll take these other ones, you know, later. But you know what I mean? I think that both apply, and I hope that all this, if anybody's listening to all this, they think of this as, maybe I should take some classes, even if, you know what I mean, like it's not the one I wanted or whatever, because I've learned so much just from taking a lot of classes that I just, you know, I appreciate all of them more now that I've taken ones that I didn't necessarily want to. A lot of CCW classes I took just because I was interested in sharing. I was so interested in CCW when I first got mine, because I'd just been carrying a gun like normal, like a lot of people. Most everybody I knew just carried a gun if we felt like it, because we just did. Then it was like, oh, CCW class is not that big a deal. Let me go take it. And they dropped it from like 16 hours to 8 hours, I think. And then eventually they dropped it from 8 hours to 4 hours, I think. So at those times I was still doing internet stuff, or I started to do internet stuff, and I was like, I got to share this. This is super cool. So I kept going to different instructors all the time because I couldn't get enough of it. And then as soon as I figured out I could go to as many CCW classes as I wanted, as long as and for free, all I had to do was review the class. And I'm guessing it's still like this, you know, most instructors want publicity. So I would go and not cost them anything. I would just show up and experience the class and then report on it, you know, tell people about it and encourage people to take their class. So I kept doing that. And then I was like, oh, I can do this with shooting classes. So if you go look at whatever that website is, I think it's afteraction.net. I've got all the list of classes and stuff. I just fell in love with going to classes. Like, it's super fun. Like, gun people are cool. The instructors have, like, they come from the coolest backgrounds ever. They're going to be hanging out with people that paid them good money to like hang out for the day or 3 days, depending. And the stories, the camaraderie, the like fun, it's amazing. You get alumni in some classes, you know, like people that show up over and over. You get instructors that either, you know, live at a range that's nearby and you can hang out with them all the time, or they travel and they, you know, come by on a regular basis. But you start to find out there's like these, I guess, routines or like schedules, I guess is the way I say it, like tours and stuff. Like, you know, a lot of instructors will show up year after year to an area and kind of, you know, have the places that they familiar. And then there's places where you can go and spend a couple of days or something. And once you go to a couple, you find out that like, oh, there's like 6 people I like that go to these classes. And if we go in October, we can just all share a hotel room and stuff. And all kinds of things like that happen year after year. And I'm only talking about CCW stuff. I didn't really even go to like, you know, actual military or police type of training, which is probably completely different because, you know, they're being paid to be there. And then competition stuff, you know, there's competition shooters that take it seriously. I bet you they go to classes all the time.
They go to classes and learn to take off quarter of a second, half of a second on a draw, another half second off a step. I mean, it is, you know, because again, I hang out with those guys at the things we do, and it's like, holy crap! Yeah, you start off on this foot. You start to draw before you come to a complete stop, or you're running and you start to aim before you stop, and you start shooting and you start taking off before the last shot is broken. I'm like, holy crap! So yeah, and it's good, man. I mean, training, you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of people think they got this because they passed their state qual for the concealed carry. And I'm like, no, what you did was you passed your driver's ed. You didn't leave driver's ed thinking you could drive a car in rush hour freeway traffic. You're
Well,
not
you may
leaving the
have.
basic.
You may have, but as like a 40-year-old or a 30-year-old, look back at that, what you thought when you were 16, and that's what you're like
Yeah,
walking out of that CCW class. Like you're like, I could do it all. Like I got it all figured
yeah, I got this. And it's like looking back, you're like, man, I was a threat. So I was
I
a
wonder
threat
if
to
I'm going to
myself
look
and
more like
others.
James Bond or if I'm going to look more like John Wick when I'm doing this stuff. But I know I'm going to look like one of the two of them more.
Yeah, yeah, definitely 100% I'm going to be one of them, if not both. Maybe they'll name a day of the week after me. But yeah, it's, and I'm not even saying, it's mandatory, it's necessary, but uh, the more you know, the more you realize how much you didn't know. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of almost anything in life, but
Oh, for sure. Right.
especially when it comes to firearms training, because again, going back to Jeff Cooper, most people didn't train like that. He got into it and he started training his competition guys, and then cops started coming in that weren't shamed by the plumber that outshot him, and they were like, "Yo, I need to do this." And then other things in life started to happen. In the law enforcement world, that taught them like, you better be able to run a gun and fight with this thing. Everybody's not intimidated by your badge and your six shooter. So that changed, and then between civilians and law enforcement, elite military groups were like, "Yo, we need to shoot more, shoot better, shoot faster, and shoot more accurately than our enemy." So that got people like Jeff Cooper and other trainers and even competition shooters training elite military forces. Well, those guys get out and they were like, "Hey, I know how to run a gun really quick, and I've been to the classes hosted by, Gun Sight, Thunder Ranch, other places you've never heard of, maybe if you're older. I mean, if you haven't been around for a long time." And they opened their own schools and started this whole, the traveling gun show, excuse me, the traveling trainer circuit became a thing, and it opened it up to all of us. Now, you and I have been around for a minute, and we've heard of a lot of these guys, and some we haven't. But it's like, bro, you have assets out there that are more than just NRA certified trainers, which I am, by the way. Far, far, far. But it's more than that. It's significantly more than that. And I think that's a good thing. And we should take our time to actually learn it if you want to. You don't have to. Don't think it's necessary to be a self defender. But if you want to learn how much you don't know, you take some of those classes. You don't have to train to be John Wick, but just take an advanced class and you go, holy crap, I got better at this. I learned how to do this. I learned something else to practice. I learned a skill and they saved my life because I'm faster, better, and more confident with this thing.
Well, let's sell training since we're doing it. So let's say that you don't give a shit about CCW, which I'm down with that because I don't think
Okay.
everybody needs to live in fear, right? So let's say you just own a gun, but
Hmm.
uh, you can understand that there's cops out there that are doing this training, and there's military that are doing this training, and then like we've been talking about all different forms of what different types of life, different people in different lives are doing this training, offering this training, participating in it. So if you're a driver who, like, let's say I'm assuming people who live in New York don't own vehicles, right? So I don't know if they have driver's licenses or not, right? But
Hmm.
if they needed to, they'd probably know how to drive to the like hospital or something if their family needed them to, right? It was just watching movies or whatever. So I don't think anybody, like you said it too, like nobody needs training to pick up a gun. They're kind of inherently designed for our human hand, and the fact that untrained people use them all the time shows that you don't need to be trained to use the thing. So what you'd want to be comfortable with is the like understanding how the thing works and just being comfortable with that. And then when you go to the range, uh, you're spending some amount of money on bullets, just kind of winging it and just kind of trying to shoot towards the center. Anybody can improve that as much as they want, but like any sport or like any skill, having somebody who's done it a billion times, who's a coach, to show you how to do it better is handy, because then every time you go to the range, you're getting better because you've had some instruction. You have an actual system or a set of parameters to work with so that you know if you're getting better or not. You're not just wasting your time shooting, Swiss cheese at the paper. There's nothing wrong with shooting
Mm-hmm.
Swiss cheese at paper, but some people find it interesting to get better. So go into like some kind of training can give you that, like the skills to get better or whatever. But then if you are going to carry it around, or if you're just going to have it in public or whatever, again, I kind of was saying about going to the hospital or whatever. Anybody can watch a movie and know how to get to the hospital. But if you got in the car with someone who was, their job was to train you, or they were interested in training you, they let you get behind the wheel and then showed you what the gas pedal does, what the clutch does. And maybe, in a stick shift car, you'd have a clutch, but in this car, you don't have it, just to show you what you don't know, you'd be better off. Like, even if you didn't own a car, you'd be better off. And that's why a lot of us advocate for schools teaching just general gun knowledge. Not that we intend for kids to buy a gun. It's up to them if they want to buy a gun, but we want them to know what a gun is and how to identify it, and how to identify if it's loaded, for example, how to know the most dangerous situation with a gun versus a non-dangerous situation. The same way you would teach a kid if a pan on the stove is a much greater potential of being hot than a pan that's stuck on the wall on a nail, right? Like, that pan could be hot. It's possible that that pan was just put over there and it might be hot. So don't touch it necessarily. At least be aware when you're touching it. But that one that's got its handle hanging over the stove and that, looks red, that one's probably really hot. Don't touch it, right? We teach them that. We don't expect every kid to be a chef. I'm going off on a lot of tangents here. But we suggest, like, teaching a kid some basic gun fundamental knowledge is useful, so that just anytime you come across one or whatever, you're not startled or overly concerned or under concerned about this thing that's potentially dangerous, right? So anyway, I guess where was I going with all that? With the training and learning, like, if you're not inclined to go to training because you think it's mandatory or you think it's unnecessary because you'll figure it out, I think there are reasons to go to training just for your own benefit, for your own, like, so not wasting money on ammo when you go to the range. So just you understand the basics of marksmanship, for example. But I guess I was going to say then, just to be in the community, since there are so many classes out there and most of them are under 4 hours, it's sort of like the difference between going to a driving school or not, and knowing all the rules or not. So is it worth the 4 hours of your time to go learn all the rules of the road, so to speak? When you should turn, when you shouldn't. You don't need to get to the hospital, certainly, right? And if you don't have a driver's license, there's certainly no obligation. But it might be worth taking a driver's class online, especially if it's very cheap, just so that you do know all those rules. You've seen them. And again, it's like shining the flashlight in the room. Okay, now I know what I don't know. I know some of this stuff is pretty useless because I'll never need it. But some of the stuff, like when, 4 people come up to a stop sign. I mean, I'm using a stupid example because I'm sure people that don't drive, just being on a bus or in a cab, you figure out how stop signs work, right? You don't have to be instructed on that. But there's somewhere in there where a yield sign is, or some sort of pedestrian sign or something in there that you'll never need. But every once in a while it's important because it's dangerous for somebody who's walking next to your car or something, or for you because you have to drive around these people. And, oh, I've never encountered this in a cab before, but having sat through 4 hours of instruction, at least it's not your first time at the rodeo. And that's where we're at with guns. So I would say for people that don't want to learn all the tactical this or that, or they blow off all training as if it's like for, the mall ninjas trying to learn how to perform in their mind better or something, or like some way to like worship vet bros or cop bros or competition bros or something like that. Or if it's all just like gaming stages at the local match. Like, it may be all of those things, but at the same time, it's also going to be all those things I tried to describe, like an introduction for you, like an understanding of the what's going on. And then there's also the side of it where we're all sitting here online. I'm pretty sure we're not all in the same town. We're not all living on the same street, right? So what you do get when you go to a class, whether it be a large one that comes to town, like a big instructor that comes to town, or just a local instructor that offers classes, your classmates almost always are almost always local. So, going to the range is one thing. Going to a gun show or a gun shop is awesome, but you're not necessarily going to hang out with somebody and have a chance to meet up. But when you're at a shoot or a class, I should say, at the range, or in the classroom side, because at the classroom side, everybody's going to get up and I don't know if they still have smoke breaks, but they're going to have like a break every once in a while to get something to drink or just to, decompress after or whatever. You're going to have a chance to talk to people. If you're at a range, though, you're reloading mags. You may have strings where like 6 people are shooting and then the other 6 people shoot or something like that. So, you have a chance to chat with people in between. If you're having a lunch break or something like that, you meet these people. If you're carpooling or you're all meeting up and you all get there 20 minutes early or something, or you're all just hanging out at the end before you leave, you smoking cigars or something, right? Like that.
Yep.
Part of training is tough to pay to. People don't. That's why it's valuable to have after action reports, because that's not something that instructors put on their thing. Like they don't say, I'm cool at lunch or like I'm an asshole and I'll leave at lunch. You know what I mean? Like that's what you find out from other people that taken the class. But that's the part that's invaluable. It's sort of like the gun rights policy conference. When I as much as I am frustrated with it, the part where on Friday night and Saturday night, they let all the people get together and just hang, invaluable, like has been invaluable. It's just that they don't take enough credit for it and they don't foster it. So I'm frustrated with it. But that's the aspect of classes. The lunch times at classes can be some of the best experiences I've had in gun culture, gun community. Like they're just super fun because you've had this like bonding experience, right? Where you've done something physical and mental and, bonding or whatever with some people that you either know or don't know. And now you're eating with them. Like that's all there is. Like that's what, as animals, it's what we do, right? Like that's our thing. We play with tools and then we get together around the fire. So that aspect of a class, it's invaluable because you're also bringing, like, let's say you went to a class for ARs or AKs like I would do, or CCW or long range shooting or whatever, right? CCW inside the house or whatever it is, defense inside the house for NRA or whatever it is. You're with people that want to have a similar interest. So you're not, hanging out with people that like fire trucks. You're hanging out with people that like CCW inside the home room. So it's just that part of it. I wanted to just, since we're going to sell training, I figured I'd sell that part. And then there is the alumni part. No matter if it's being a Masada Yub alumni, I guess technically I can walk up to people and we can nod at each other because we know what it's like to sit through 16 hours of a Masada Yub situation. It's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like that's a bonding experience. And if you were in New York and went to a Masada Yub class, I know it's the same as the class out here, except that you had a different set of fun times at lunch and shit because Mas is awesome, right? But you know what I mean? Like there's that alumni thing going on too with just about every class. There's some of them really foster it, and others, some people hate it, but you know what I mean? Some people envy them, hate them, whatever. But and some people don't have it as much, but they all have some. Like you know what I mean? Like if you've been trying to think of somebody who doesn't really foster theirs or doesn't really have like a big alumni following, probably be some military guy or something. But you know what I mean? Like you're still gonna be able to talk shit if you have if you meet somebody at a bar or at a show or something.
Yeah, I mean, I run into some of the guys I've had classes with. It's always hilarious. At SHOT Show on the floor, ran into, this was last year before last, I forget, over at the Colt booth as I was going past, and ran into one of the guys that's a friend that also I went to his training class, and it was and he had, hey, I'd like you to meet. And the guy was like, we met. We were in class together. He was like, what class? Oh, we were in Picas's class. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, man? How you been? Da-da-da. And it's like, well, what does that have to do with anything? You went to the training class. You met this dude. You guys spent 2 days in the same class on the same jokes, ate over lunch, might have had a dinner together. You have the same interests, especially if you're in a non-gun friendly state. Now you're even in a smaller group of people.
Oh, so shit, I need to think about that. Because you guys are closeted. You don't get that opportunity to kind of nod like when you're at the gun shop together.
Yeah, no, it's rare. So now you know each other. And, oh, Tony's an advocate. He's going to be at the Friends of the NRA dinner. Tony's going to be at the thing. Hey, man, did you come to the thing? What thing? Oh, okay. Now all of a sudden this dude that is in the tactical firearms and hasn't been an advocate now is at an advocacy event. Now it's like, oh, these are some cool ass dude. Hey, there's a so-and-so trainer. I always wanted to take his class. Well, he's here. You can actually win a chance to go to his class at the Friends of the NRA. oh, that's cool. And it just morphs from there. And people, again, you don't realize it because you've not been there. And I get it, but it's different and it's pretty freaking cool. It's pretty freaking cool. So I invite everybody to go out and take training and you'll pick up on it. And I don't feel it's gatekeeping. I just feel it's something you didn't know was there.
Yeah, that's definitely, like, I can remember this would have been like 2000-ish, somewhere in there, where I was just figuring out what training was. And it wasn't much longer. Okay, it was before the internet, because it was, I would go to play, like I would go to a range and be like, why is that car like all shot out or whatever? Like, what happened to that car?
Mhm.
Like, something awesome happened here, right? Like something awesome happened here over the weekend, and I don't know what it was.
Mhm.
And I'm looking around, and it's like, was that a match? Like, I didn't really know about matches or nothing either back then. But that's what I think is, and maybe I seen something at like at a gun show that was intriguing, or maybe like back then it would have been like a TV going with a VCR tape and people shooting up a car or something, right? But something like I started to notice that like maybe it's not just in the movies or like cops that can do cool shit with guns. Maybe they're, because I live in Arizona, like maybe there's something going on at these ranges that I can be aware of, because why would they be showing it to me? So um I was on a forum, and well, I ran a forum, I guess, and this guy came in and started dropping links. And back in those days, that was spam. People would drop links on your forums, and it cost money to do a forum, and plus just was annoying to have people drop. It's like dropping a. So if somebody came in here and dropped spam, right, we would be annoyed by it. We'd just be on our way, so we'd delete it. So some guy was dropping spam about front sight, and I didn't know what front sight was, so I can't remember if I deleted his shit right away or if because it was a million years ago. But whatever, I basically said, like, quit putting your spam in here. And he's like, oh, I think you guys would love Frontside or something. He like stood his ground. And then I was like, put up or shut up. And he goes, oh, no problem. Here, you want to come up for a week? Here's like passes to come up for a week. Take all these classes and shit for free. And I was like, what is this, some kind of scam? So I go ask my friend, and he's like, holy crap, Frontsight's a real thing. Like, that's a lot of money he's offering there. Like, that's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of classes. So anyway, long story short, we took him up on it. We went up there, and that was another reason a lot of people call Frontsight a cult, is because they would offer free stuff like that. Like, they would get people in the door with free classes, and then obviously they're not, independently wealthy. So they would be like, hey, do you want to buy other stuff? Because we gave you this for free. So, like anything where you do something for free, they're going to ask you to buy stuff. So I didn't consider that a flaw as much as, obvious feature in a capitalist society when you go do something for free, that they're going to try to sell you on the facility. And it was a massively cool facility. It still exists. They just didn't run it, obviously, the best possible way, because it failed a few years later, or a number of years later. I shouldn't say a few years later, but this was a long time ago. But whatever, that was the first time I got to experience training, and it was front sight. So it was very rigid. Like I was saying before, everything I said before was true. Like, they did it their way. Everybody wore uniforms. Like, it was really interesting, very militaristic-ish, I guess, but not militaristic either. Like, definitely the kind of stuff that all the movies are making fun of. But at the same time, they owned it and were like, yeah, okay, whatever. But guess what? It's uniform. You know what you're getting, and you're paying for what you know what you're getting. Like, we're not trying to be anything else. You're getting this, and it's decent. And they had awesome shit. Like, you could take Uzi classes there. You could take like cool shit there. Like, they had a bunch of cool shit to take there. But anyway, that was my first experience with it. And once I figured out that was a thing, then it was like, we were talking about like your first experience with training. I knew that there was CCW training, which was horribly boring. It was, at the time, it was 16 hours in Arizona. I think it might have at the time gone from 16 to 8. I'm pretty sure mine was 16 though, my first one. So I only had to take one 16-hour class though. But so I can say that I understand. I can feel for the people that have these. I don't want to say it's obnoxiously long. It's an unreasonably long class. You don't need to know there's nothing you need to know that takes 16 hours to carry a gun around.
No.
But anyhow, but that was my only experience with gun training. And that, and what do you call, like, hunter safety, which is essentially mandatory stuff for just people that are like, I'm going to go hunting, but they've never been outside before. Like, I've never been outside in the woods, but I'm going to go hunting because I've seen a movie. Like, guess what? Like, the outside gets really cold and you could die. It's like, that's what hunter safety is a bunch of like, it's interesting, but it's also like common sense shit if you've lived outside ever or you've gone camping or whatever. But anyway, so I can remember, I forget what year, I think it was like 4 or 5, I think, that we went up to front sight for the first time, and I came back and was like, I know I like training. I'm never going back to front sight. Like, I know I didn't like that training that much, but I know I like what training is. I mean, I shouldn't say I didn't like it, but I knew what it was, and it wasn't for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was nice, but it's not what
100%.
I'm interested in. I think we did go back, but because they just had such fun, awesome shit to do, you just had to bite the bullet and know that it was going to be like grandpa taking you to do something awesome. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to do it grandpa's way. It's going to be awesome, but you're not going to do it the way you'd want to do it. But they also have amazing facilities, and it would be wrecked if everyone just went up there and used it their own way. You know, I mean, I can understand it. Like I said, they at least they own it. But anyway, that got me off to where I was like, holy moly, I got to see what else. And luckily, I live in Tucson. I mean, that's definitely luck of the draw, because we just have a lot of cool instructors that came here for a long time. And once they can see what you do, which is just not get in their way and promote them, they are like, yeah, sure. You mean you want to show up for free and tell everybody how great I am? Yeah, I think I can handle that. No problem. So that I was able to do that over and over and over. So it was a lot of fun. I recommend anybody who's a content creator, like, get in on that. Like, use your camera as a way to introduce yourself and get an invite to audit a class, right? Like, take a class for free to let people know what it's like. And then you get to experience the instructor, the classroom, right? The facilities or whatever they do it in, the curriculum, I guess, or, you know, whatever they're actually teaching, because sometimes it's a boilerplate, sometimes it's their creation, and then the students, which is amazing. So that's, you get all the benefit of being a student, but then you're not, and you get to see what these different instructors are like. And then if you're doing it any number of times, you'll end up being like Tony and going to all different kinds of ranges and stuff too. So then you get to see what the ranges are like and how they're run, and, you know, what they offer. And yeah, it's just really neat.
Yeah, and then you get to play, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon when you meet people. So you, oh, you know him, because that turns
Oh,
out
I never
that.
thought about it that way. Yeah, seriously, because after you go to about 3 classes, you almost know everybody in your region, right? Like, at least you know somebody that knows everybody in your region.
Well, what does that do? Well, that means then you run into somebody somewhere else, you play your 6 degree, and now you're in a class in freaking Nebraska that you didn't even know existed, because you were there vacationing, fishing. It turns into opportunities you don't know about, and you get to meet people, and that's what I try. I'm like, listen, there's a bunch of aspects to firearms ownership that advocacy got me into that didn't allow. It's never one thing. There's always a Venn diagram of overlapping everything in life, and the firearm industry is no different. Um, and the more things you do, the more opportunities you get. And I've been blessed to meet a lot of people and do a lot of things that I never thought I'd be able to do. And it's not as if I went into, advocacy so I can be invited on the floor of the NRA to host a podcast. So I can have, I can go to Gun Con and get invited on stage there to speak. None of that. That's not why I walked into that classroom in 2015 and hosted my first event in front of 4 people. No. The reason I did it is because I was pissed off that they were trying to take our rights away in New Jersey by using the death of school children to do it. And the stuff they were proposing wouldn't have stopped the tragedy that they're dancing in the blood of. So it's like, so you're not even wanting to be truthful or effective about what just happened. And that pissed me off. And that got me started to go and introduce people to this. And then when I learned about it, I'm like, hey, the more people know that these are regular people and you can be a part of it and you can meet doctors, lawyers, EMTs, business owners of every ilk, truck drivers, carpenters, plumbers, like this is everyone here. And what you're meeting are guys that are in it, that don't have criminal records, that have enough money to go to extra training and drop. money on 1,000 or 1,500 rounds of 9mm and 5.56 on a weekend to just improve this thing that they're into. So they're not broke and they're not criminals and they're very welcoming for the most part. You can meet a whole bunch of new friends. And of course, some people goof on it, and sometimes I'll self-depreciate, and humor goes, yeah, we create lots of bromances. And it's really true. It's like, yo.
Well, I was going to say, you should just can that, like turn that clip you just did there, except for the bromance part, but the clip before that, and then sell that to like ladies' channels, like put that an ad on, like to send it out to female channels out there on Facebook or something.
I told my sister that. Listen, you want to start dating? This is where you go. Now, watch out for the dude in the $500 Cry Precision pants because he thinks he's a ninja. But outside of that, these are dudes with no criminal records and extra money. And
Seriously?
a lot of them have a lot of talents. Like because a lot of gun guys are car guys. A lot of gun guys are watch guys or knife guys or this guys. So like they have hobbies that branch over, and this ain't a poor people thing. If you're in the training circuit and taking classes and training, you have money and you've chosen to spend it this way. It's funny sometimes I look around at my diversity shoot and I'm going, I'm the brokest dude here. like sometimes I look around and the guys were like, yeah, we'd love to do this. We're looking at buying, I want nothing but HK pistols. What? Yeah. I want USPs, and I want that Mark 20. Was it Mark 23? I want the Mark 23 because I think it's cool. Can I pick one up? Yeah, if you got $2,200. That's all? The hell you mean? Is that? Yes, that's all. Okay.
Dude, that still ain't nothing when you're thinking, somebody buying three, 4 guns. What do they care if they cost a couple of grand? Like they're seriously only going to buy 4 guns, then they're still not in it as much as most old people that are buying them $200, $300 at a pop.
Nope. And it was just funny though. The first time I realized that, I'm like, holy shnikes. It's like, yeah, dude's really talking about buying these because he just wants to collect HK, and he's not blinking. Okay.
I was gonna, and I don't want to interrupt you while you're rolling, but you said something like give it a try, and I was gonna urge people to consider participating in some way, because what happens, no matter what the way that you participate, ideally, content creation I think is a great way to get started, because it's such a low barrier to entry. All you need is a phone, so you're either watching this on a phone already or you have one. And then that camera on there is, I do know about 5 people that use cameras, but everybody else in the internet uses a phone in 2026. So you already are using the exact same equipment as everybody else. You don't need anything else sound. I don't care what anybody's trying to sell you or tell you. I've never used anything sound. Right now I'm talking to my computer. I don't have extra microphones. I wish I could get an extra microphone working because I kind of like a microphone close to my face. But whatever, like you could get started. And then you can always, like anything, decide later on, I'm going to improve this aspect of it. And whether that be a microphone or a camera or a phone or something else, who cares? But you can get started with whatever it is you're doing. And the reason I'm encouraging this is, we can use more content out there, because the more content that's created, the more there is for people to choose from, and the platforms appreciate that we're a bigger segment of the population or whatever, or appreciate the segment that we are. We're not trying to act bigger than we are, but we should be appreciated for the size that we are, which is something like 20%, I'm guessing. 20 to 30% of the population is a gun owner. That's an actual gun owner that gives a shit about guns. But whatever. And then the other side of it is, I think the points of view are valuable and relevant. If we just had existing gun owners, they're just our tendency is to go, yep. Like maybe we bicker about something, but for the most part, yep. And then we move on. It wasn't until people decided to go, hey, I'm a gun owner and I don't like this or that. Like the left-handeds, like they came around and they're like, yeah, we like to shoot left-handedly, and we're like, all right, the gun manufacturers started to put buttons on the wrong side of everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's just an obvious example. But then, you know what I mean? Like, until somebody comes along and goes, we're here too, nobody, it's not like people are like, I don't think most people are like, we hate the left-handeds, or like, we hate the 9mm shooters, or whatever it is you want to segment each other into, right? I think most of the time we're just all doing our thing. And then when people feel comfortable enough or pissed off enough or whatever, and they go, hey, the hell, everybody goes, oh shit, sorry, like, can we do something about that? Now, if they come in being a dick, then they probably, you know what I mean? Like, they're probably not, everybody doesn't jump to the system. But I think, like anything, like, we're for the most part interested. And then I think on the industry side, we're begging for new things to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I use left-handed because it's funny, but personally, I don't like left-handed stuff. I think that having too many manual of arms to think about or be aware of is detrimental to our brains. I don't know. That's like, you know what I mean? I don't know if that plays out. That's just my way of thinking. Like, I think simple is stupid. I like that. So I like all guns should be left-handed. It sucks for the right, or what is the word? All guns should be right-handed. So it sucks for the people that are left-handed. But honestly, if you know that all the guns are right-handed, then they're just different than what, you know what I mean? Like, they're just different controls for left-handed people. You can still pick it up and use it left-handed. It's just not as convenient or whatever. So anyhow, what I'm getting at is be part of the community, because until you're part of the community, you don't realize that the community is more than interested to hear your perspective. And that's how everything evolves, whether it be like, I got astigmatism and I can't see red. You know what I mean? Like, I want green. Because if you listen to the industry, I was listening to the industry, like, you listen to them and they, somebody would say, how come your things aren't green? Well, because all things are clear and we put crystals in front of them to make them green. And that's weaker, right? So we never bother with that because it's more parts and it makes a fragile thing. And then you get enough people saying, I'm sick of red, I want green. Guess what? There's green all over the place now. And I think there's blue now. You know what I mean? For a long time, there wasn't anything. And then there was red. Deal with it. And like I say, there wasn't kickback, but there was like no question that it was going to be red for all these real reasons. Sure enough, here's green, here's blue. I'm sure there'll be some other colors as soon as people request them, right? Seriously,
Yeah,
like, oh, we shoot against night vision or whatever. I need a different color that contrasts. There's always a reason. And the thing is, tech is right there. Tech can do whatever. It just needs to be poked or asked. You know what I mean? So that's why I guess I'm saying. And then just for all the community stuff, for all the cultural stuff, for all of the stuff in our community, that's the right word? I don't know, whatever. All the stuff we don't know that we're missing. Like ladies, for a minute there, I would definitely was impressed with all the ladies coming to the table. I'll have frustration now because, come on, there's a lot of ladies have been here for a while. But those first initial ladies, Quickston, oh man, Susanna Huff, like the ladies of the 90s, they were the first ladies to like go, hey, we can carry a gun and be a lady. We're appealing to the lady gun owner and telling guys to make room because we're here too. Like, okay. And then there was the like, yeah, we've been here for a while, but now we need organizations, right? Like, we've got them established now. So acknowledging and everything only was possible. Like the what we have accomplished today is only because those initial people were part of the community, and we don't know what we're missing. I think we do know a little bit. I mean, it's obvious. A couple of things are missing. Elderly, I'm going to pick that one as I think most people are okay with that. But there's other giant segments of the population that are not even in the gun community right now. But I think elderly is a big one. And we're about to have a giant, no matter what your thing is, you could be left-handed, you could like 9mm, whatever, like all of it. And you're still going to get old. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. It's like a universal thing. And we all ignore elderly universally too. For lots of things, but in our segment of the community for guns, because I really think, I've said this a million times, as soon as I start talking about elderly and guns, get rid of the NFA. Like, guns should be able to be, however, some little old lady, some little arthritic guy in their cane, I don't care, like in their walker. Like, I don't want it. I want people to be deathly scared of old people killing them. Like, leave old people alone. Yeah. Because they're deadly. Leave like porcupines, right? Like, leave them. I don't care where it is. Like, you better leave that old person alone. You probably die. Nurses know how to approach them correctly. Everybody else, leave them alone, right? Like, That's
Leave him alone. Leave Grandpa alone. Grandpa
or at least
does
it
you.
doesn't. Or at least it could be that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like it should be allowed to be that way. Old people should be living without fear. And I think the
Yeah,
NFA prevents that.
I believe you're right. Freedom
Anyway,
prevents that.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if only we had some old men in the gun community to advocate for oldness. Maybe one day we'll get
Yeah,
old men in the gun community.
yeah, it'd probably still be me. It'll just be 20 years from now. You and I doing 4-hour podcasts between naps.
I was gonna say it's 4 hours. I think we said it probably on air, but like, yeah, we didn't have anything capping the show today, so it was like, oh, we be careful, we're gonna go 4 hours. We did, and
Yeah,
it's
we
not
went
like we
nuts.
intended it. I'm sure you didn't. It just happens because we're bullshitting or whatever. Sometimes I have something to do, so I'm watching the clock more. But this time, I don't even remember what all we were talking about. Hopefully, people enjoy this. Where it's not like people are throwing money at me for this. I don't think they're throwing money at you for this, but they could. How could people support what you're doing over there?
Yeah, so they could go to actualdiversityshoot.com, click on our Patreon, click on our PayPal, and help us out if you want to. Appreciate that. I'm going to have posted up tomorrow, if you're listening. It's going to be the link to Wayward Son Customs. Again, Wayward Son Customs is on YouTube, and they have a 2A4E EDC contest or giveaway. So please join, help. That helps support us in the work we do. I'm going into a heavy rotation, heavy launch tomorrow morning. I'll be doing the first ad, crack a Sunday, and I'll hit you up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday until GunCon. I'm going to be telling people about it. There's going to be a post in some way or some manner on all of my social medias because we're trying to grow this community and we need this funding to do this thing. And the way to do it is actually be grassroots and have regular people help us out. Also, the funding is going to go into help establishing us as 501c3. I was over talking to the bank today right before the show. So please join us. I'm Tony Simon on Facebook, Simon Says Train on Instagram, Second for Everyone on X. Got a lot of stuff coming up, and I want you guys to be part of it and help me with it, including t-shirts and other giveaways. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to jump in every week. It's seriously like 4 hours. Like, and we're not really doing this for the money, obviously. We probably have ads or something if we were. We could probably, like, if we had the gumption or like more ambition. I think I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. Share screen. We could probably get somebody to sponsor the show. Like, there are podcasts that are sponsored out there. So I do appreciate Tony spending the time each week. I wanted to take a minute, though, since you kind of mentioned it again, to mention Wayward Son Custom. So this is their YouTube channel. I'm scared to link to their other online presences because of the way YouTube is about linking to stuff. So I'll just link to their YouTube channel and let you explore their what all they do. But in addition to what they're doing with Tony, they are doing the Thunder on the Prairie this year. So taking kind of over the it's called promotion or the production or like, you know, taking care of the facilitation of that event. It's still at the range and everything in Nebraska, but it was individuals in the past. And I think this year it's going to be Wayward Son taking care of it. And then I just noticed that they must have been at the Gathering, which is the PSA's event, I think, right? And they interviewed Wilderness Tactical, which is a company here in Arizona that I've been a big fan of, worn their belts for a long time. And they're just cool company up in Phoenix. So I noticed that they interviewed him. I thought that was cool. So I've heard of Wayward Sons. I know that he's supplied ammo for Thunder on the Prairie in the past. And, you know, people know him and talked about him. And he's participated in the Thunder on the Prairie event. But, yeah, just want to take a second, put the link out there, give him a, whatever you call it, kudos, I guess, for doing stuff, right? Like, again, lots of people can be part of the gun community. And then there's the people that are pushing the gun community forward. So appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, well, so we wrap it up. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Right.
Thanks, everybody, for stuck around.
Yeah, we got some other stuff that we'll talk about eventually. We went this whole 4 hours and even talk about one of the things we were going to talk about today, but I don't want to pile it on top of what you got going on right now. So thanks to Outcast and Mr. Knives was out there today. We had Woods joining us. Trying to click on everybody, but not doing so well. We had you're in there a bunch of times. I know that Ozzy was out there for a moment. Agarizer was out there. I'm missing people. I'm sure Packrat was out there. And I think it wasn't Outcast. Somebody started the show off today. Oh, yeah. Snob started the show off. But I think he just probably went in and out because his daughter just graduated Navy. So Navy
nice.
basic. Navy basic. So she's doing whatever Navy does. I forget how much leave they give them or liberty they call it, I think, between basic and school.
None.
Oh, well, she's going out with her parents though. So maybe it's just the day or something. But anyway, he's up there, whatever, having some time with Liberty with her, I think. Or maybe it's just like I said, maybe it's just a day or something. But it sounded, I don't know, is this gossip or not? But I don't want to sound, maybe we shouldn't talk their business out loud. I'll talk to Tony off air about something I heard gossipy about this and see if he's heard of this before. But yeah, anyway, thanks for everybody for joining us, being part of the show. We're here most every Saturday, unless one of us are doing something. And this is show 149, I noticed. So that means we've been doing the show for 150 times. So thanks for your time.
Awesome.